So first of all, may I just say a very good morning, good afternoon, of course, good evening to our colleagues who are joining us online. It's a pleasure to be here. This is our fourth SAC meeting. So we're coming to the end of the second year. So of course, a very special welcome to our two standard setting board chairs, to Josephine, the vice chair of the IWSB. Dave Sullivan, is Dave online? He's the PIOB observer for this meeting. And I know he's joining us virtually from probably, where is he, California somewhere? I can't see who's online, so maybe you could let me know. We have a number of our colleagues who are joining virtually. So Abdelila, Natasha, Nicholas, Isabel, Nana, Conchita, and Hina. So good afternoon, well, good morning, good afternoon to you. Right. Hiani, good morning. You're down there somewhere. You're down there, I think. Yeah. Also like to welcome all the staff of the International Foundation for Ethics and Assurance, and of course, thank them for the hard work in putting all the agenda papers and materials together for us. We have a number of public observers that I would like to welcome. So I don't know if Nigel James from the SEC is here. He was due to join us, but I guess because of shutdown, he's probably not allowed to be here. So we've got Ellen and Brian from AICPA, Paul Thompson from the World Bank. I haven't seen Paul, but he normally does join us. Lauren, we got Jose Jesus from Portugal, but I haven't seen him either. And we got Nicholas Gray and Lee Guan Hui. So you're all very welcome. So first of all, I'd also like to extend again, hello, Dave. A very good morning to you.
Good morning.
There's probably not even breakfast time for you yet.
No, not quite.
Not quite. But we do have some nice breakfast here, but unfortunately we can't sort of share that with you. But I'd like to, thank the STAC members for your continuing commitment to serve on this council. I know, you're all very, very busy people, and these are volunteer roles, and you provide us with very good strategic advice and insights, and that, of course, helps the standard setting boards to inform both their strategies and their work plans. And I know both Gabrielle and Tom and their vice chairs really do appreciate the contributions you make. So thank you very much for that. Before we get going, I'd like to just mention a couple of things. First of all, I'd like to confirm that Ihianyi, who's just arrived, good morning, has just retired from the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, unless that has changed since we last spoke. So congratulations on a fantastic career there. And I'd also like to congratulate George Cabway, who is an official observer. He should be here. We got a place for him. George, I was just talking about you. So welcome. I was just saying that you have retired from the IMF and you've now taken up a senior advisory role at a New York asset management company. So congratulations on both a wonderful career and good luck to both of you in your new endeavors. So a quick reminder in terms of the protocols. If you're not speaking, just try to keep your microphone off. Obviously, if you wish to speak in the room, then just raise the tent card and I'll do my best to call on you. And if I don't, I know that our support staff will make sure I do. And of course, if you're online, please use the raise hand function. And again, I'll do my best to call on you. But if I do not, for any reason, again, the staff will be here to assist to make sure that happens. So a quick overview of the next couple of days. So the first session, which is how we usually open the meeting, is the dialogue with the standard setting board chairs. This session is an open session, and it's really for them to update us on key developments, on their strategies and work plans, and of course their activities since the last SAC meeting that we've had. And they will, of course, explain how they've responded to sort of things that we discussed at the previous meeting. We also then have quite an important topic on technology, of course, and the impact on audit assurance and indeed on ethics. That is something that will be with us for quite some time. And we will turn to the evolving impact of technology on the accountancy profession. And you'll be invited to share your own views on the quality management and ethics implications on the growing use of emerging technologies. And then we have a third session, which is called the value and impact of recent revisions and enhancements to international standards, focusing mostly on the IFEA developments. And later on this afternoon, we will have a private session. Sorry, we didn't say too much in the papers because obviously this is sort of work in progress and developing as we speak. But in conversations with both chairs, so with Gabrielle and Tom, we thought it would be important at this juncture to share with you the journey so far in terms of the monitoring group reforms that were implemented from, I think, the end of 2022, but had been talked about from 2015. So it was a long, long journey and discussion to get to where we got to talk about, what was behind that, where do we get to, how is it working, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges. And we'll do that in private session because it's not a formal session because we're not consulting you on anything because there's nothing to consult on at the moment. But we just felt as there's work being done, which Tom and Gabriella will share with you, we thought it was important, given that you are an important constituency of the standard setting process, to share with you and sort of hear your views. Okay. And then, so this evening we will have a social event, and I do hope that many of you will be able to participate, because we meet only twice a year. We come from all different parts of the world, and it is a great opportunity to bond, to get to know each other even better. So courtesy of the standard setting boards, and I don't know where they find the budget, but I'm grateful that they do. So we've got a nice evening event at Docks, which is one of the nicer actually fish restaurants in Manhattan. So thank you very much for arranging that. So I think with that, probably we start with session one. So it's an open dialogue with the chairs on the progress since the last SAC meeting and strategic issues that are relevant and pertinent to the two boards. We'll, in particular, we'll cover, how our views have influenced their work, their perspectives, and their work plans. They will share with you some of the key events that have taken place since we last met. So there was the IFEA, ISBA summit in Paris in September. The ISBA had a very, very successful conference in Lisbon. I happened to have the privilege of attending that. And there, of course, have been joint ISSB and ISBA stakeholder engagements that have taken place. So they will talk to you about that. And obviously, I think, Gabriella, you will talk about a revised approach to the firm culture and governance work that you've been doing. So I think with that, it's probably best for me to now hand over to both Gabriella and Tom. Who do I hand over to first?
Me, but okay. We're gonna, first of all, take a big risk here and give me the clicker. That's actually what the sirens were going on about beforehand. So they're in, the emergency responders are in place just in case something goes particularly wrong. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time. We really value your input. Hopefully, by the end of this session, you'll get a sense of how your input is really informing both my boards and Gabriella's boards and our joint efforts together. Also, you'll get a sense of the progress we're making at the board, even if we're in sort of this moment of calm for new major standards. We're not going on holiday, so we're keeping busy, and you'll see that's very much the case as well. And the other thing I'd say is, while you'll see from our slides, we're talking about what we think you may be interested in, feel free as part of this open session to ask anything you'd like, because this is your opportunity to advise and to query us and sort of more than kick the tires proverbially on our work and our strategy. So that I've got to see it worked already, so we're making progress. So report back on May 2025 meeting. What I want to say here, I'm not going to go into so much detail because it turns out that I'm going to report back later in the meeting about your collective input over your previous meetings. But if you remember, in May, we really sort of covered three topics about the relevance of our work and the value proposition, some of the trends in the external reporting ecosystem and what that means for our two boards, and particularly the impact of dereg and potential fragmentation on our sustainability work. So I'm just going to go through this pretty quickly on how we're thinking about this. You know, I really believe that these boards have a pretty firm understanding of what our value proposition is, that the value of having a global standard setting body set by a rigorous, transparent due process with technical expertise around the board table produces the most trust in both the standards, but also the outputs generated by those applying the standards, and therefore it supports economic growth in capital markets and the long-term viability of the profession. That is then transmitted through a number of key stakeholders as well. The practitioners benefit from it, investors benefit from it. One of the things that is very clear, though, is that we need to be able to have a clearly articulated case. And as we're developing our strategy and work plan, we're going to make sure that the rest of the world transparently sees how we view our value proposition. So that will be very much part of our strategy and work plan development that we talked about a little bit at our last meeting. Secondly, about trends in the ecosystem. And one of the things that we talked about at this board last time are the weight, to some extent, of all the standard setting efforts that these two boards have made over recent years, and the need to absorb the standards, spend time on adoption of those standards. And if you notice, both boards have recalibrated timetables that we're basically in the same position, that no new major standards through to the end of 2027. And an increased focus on adoption and implementation, an increased focus on monitoring how the standards are being implemented, such as for using the same nomenclature for both, but we have slightly different name, the implementation working groups that both boards have set up, for example, on 5,000, and the beginning of post-implementation review efforts on the standards that have now been in the marketplace for some period of time. We've also talking about with our PIOB is like what other infrastructure we may need in place over time too, to support agile reactions to how our standard settings work. And then thirdly, related to the topic of deregulation, simplification, global clarification, we acknowledge that that's the reality in terms of sustainability, particularly that different markets are going at different paces, and that's fine. We acknowledge that, but there are many jurisdictions that are going ahead strongly with sustainability adoption. I see Monica across the way. I was just in Brasilia at a pre-COP event with Gabriela last week, where Brazil is taking the lead in terms of global adoption of global standards across the board. But that's not the only one. We had a Malaysian announcement last week, or as we talked about the efforts in Australia previously. in a number of jurisdictions it's happening. We will continue to fully support those efforts across the two boards. There's been a lot of joint activities together. That's the case. So I think the message we got from here last time is keep your head down and continue to do the right things to support these sustainability adoption efforts, and recognize in many jurisdictions the journey will be different. But even in the European context, again, EU-wide standards are being considered again for assurance. And we will be there to support as needed and as asked. So that gives you a little bit of sense of how we've incorporated the major messages. I try to do it briefly, but I'm going to turn over to Gabriella now to give you an update on IESBA's work.
Thank you very much, Tom, and good morning to all of you, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening for those who are joining us online virtually. Thank you very much for your time, for the generosity of coming here and staying 1.5 days with us, providing us valuable feedback. The purpose of this initial session, as Tom has already mentioned, is exactly to provide you a little bit of a flavor of how we are embedding and incorporating the feedback that we are receiving from this group, which has been very significantly marking and guiding our direction in many ways. And I hope that this becomes obvious from our presentations. So for now, I'd like just to give you a little bit of information about IESBA's updates since since May. Since the last time we spoke, we have been working steadily, very busy, by the way, even if this sometimes is not obvious, and it shouldn't be sometimes. But there are some developments, and I will focus more on the developments, on the most strategic developments.
I'm showing on the screen.
I'm not showing on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. So I was trusting my own laptop. So, but anyway, what I was saying is that I will focus on the most relevant and strategic developments from on the IESBA side, which again very much build on the feedback received from the SAC over the last meetings. So in June, the board met and we decided to make a little bit of a reflection about ourselves as a board and the direction and path forward. Over the months before June, we had received a lot of feedback, engaged significantly with stakeholders. The SAC was very clear in its direction as well. And we decided to identify the key risks for the board and the key opportunities as well. The key risks, we spoke about them last time, everything that was happening and is still happening on sustainability, the sustainability backlash, while, as Tom mentioned, this is not consistent across the world. And what we are seeing is exactly that in many other jurisdictions, the trend and the implementation of the standards is moving steadily without, so the world is moving at two different paces, but still there is, of course, some backlash on sustainability, some standards fatigue, as we have spoken, and these competitiveness agendas and growth-focused agendas, mostly in Europe and US. So some complaints about complexity, difficulties in implementing the standards, and etc. So this all came as possible risks for us in terms of the relevance that the board needs to keep, but also some key opportunities. And the main one was probably, as we discussed with the SAC in May, that in times of deregulation, in times of when oversight is lowering, in times of geopolitical tensions and uncertainty, ethics becomes just more important than it is in a stable period. Because if anything, when the rules miss, when the boundaries and the certainty about what's right and wrong, at least according to the law, is less clear, for professionals there is a last resort or a safe resort, which is to stick to the ethical principles that we try to provide so that there is a consistent approach to the work globally. So the importance, that's something that we can question ourselves. Where is ethics in this world of uncertainty, of political, geopolitical tension? We're very much focused on very pragmatic objectives of growth and competitiveness, etc. Where is ethics in this context? And the conclusion came with the help of the SAC, very clear that it's just become more important. But probably we needed to do a few things to make it more helpful and more effective. So the objective or the idea of taking global ethical leadership by strengthening our relationship with international organizations to make sure that our global international vision and leadership is a reality was also understood as a key opportunity. But we heard stakeholders speaking about complexity, speaking about the code becoming too complex or difficult to implement. So there were two areas where we thought that we had some opportunities. One, looking at what we do, the work that we do, and try to simplify it as much as possible. And on the other hand, engaging more, or I wouldn't say more, engaging more in a more agile way and more targeted way with stakeholders to get the feedback that we need to provide what is needed. So, sorry. Okay, so in June, we decided to calibrate our strategy and our work plan. We took all these trends into consideration. Also, the stakeholder feedback received in many instances since or over the months before June. We understood that there is a strong need to support to stakeholders to embed the standards, to adopt, embed, implement properly, and that this is also our role. And the need to promote the value of the existing standards, not only develop more standards. There were some comments that we received and heard that we have issued a significant number of important and relevant standards over the last years, but probably the stakeholders did not have the time and the opportunity to embed them properly, and probably we did not have the time to promote these standards appropriately, also because we were completely focused on the development of the sustainability standards over the last 2 years. So some of them were left a little bit behind. And this is the time for us to recover what we probably have not had the opportunity to do over these years and promote these standards properly. So the overall recalibrated ISBA strategy is, if I may, characterized by these 4 elements: reinforcement of the support to adoption and implementation by the development of non-authoritative material, but many other initiatives. A focus on implementation reviews, post-implementation reviews. So we anticipated some work that we had planned to do a little bit later to advance on these post-implementation reviews and take some conclusions about how the standards are being implemented, and enhanced stakeholder engagement. And enhanced does not mean more, does mean more meaningful, more targeted, more effective enhancement with engagement with stakeholders, and a promise of a period of stability with no major standards until 2027 being issued, so that there is time for stakeholders to embed, to absorb the standards that we have developed over the years before. Also in June, and this is a consequence, or this is in parallel with this recalibrated strategic orientation of the ISBA, focusing more on these areas and less on keeping on developing and issuing standards immediately. We proposed to the board an approach to the work, and this is what this is about in June, that we call the ISBA SMART framework. And SMART stands for, as you can see on the slide, simplification, mobilization, adoption, responsiveness, and targeted action. This is not a project or a product in itself. It's a strategic lens or a strategic instrument to approach the work and to approach the quality of the final product that we aim to deliver. This is the consequence of all that we heard, but also our own reflection about how we can work in a smarter way, and smarter for for the benefit of our stakeholders and the quality of the product. I'm not going to say much more about the 5 pillars of the SMART. It's on the slide, and I think it's self-explanatory. But I'd like just to say a little bit more about why we decided to conceive this framework, this work instrument. And it's a response somehow to the growing complexity and uncertainty that I have already mentioned on sustainability, technology, AI, new forms of assurance, market developments, and etc. The need for us to evolve from standard setting only or mainly to also help our stakeholders embedding the existing ones, and that there is for adoption, even if all the pillars are interconnected, interoperable, which is a new word since 2024. So to simplify not only the product as much as possible, but also the process, simplify our communication, simplify the way we work and the way we work with our stakeholders to make the life of our stakeholders also easy. And there are a lot of reflections, of course, unseen, because we don't need to keep our stakeholders busy with our own housekeeping. But there are a lot of initiatives also with ISSB that we are conceiving and working on to make the life of stakeholders a little bit simpler. We need to make a greater impact. We need to make the standards more accessible to everyone, and the relevance of the standards must remain. So we recognize that developing standards alone is not enough, probably, to achieve this objective of relevance, of effectiveness, of usefulness, and that ethical leadership is also about, or it also depends on culture, it depends on adoption, a real adoption and effective adoption, and it depends on stakeholder mobilization. So this is an instrument that we are developing. It's not final yet. We are going to finalize it and hopefully approve in December, so that in the future, and this is already starting, we will embed these 5 pillars in all the work that we do, and that we test ourselves against each one of these pillars. Is what we are doing as simple as we can make it? Are we mobilizing stakeholders appropriately? Is this appropriate and fit for purpose for effective adoption, etc.? So this is what we are going to do, is to use this as an instrument for the future. So these are the main developments in terms of our strategic thinking and work, and that's what I wanted the SAC to be aware of. Just a brief information about new projects that we started in May. So the ones on the left side of the slide are already familiar to this group, because we mentioned them before, from culture and governance, the CIVs, the intensive work on adoption and implementation, and some work on technology. But in September, we approved the start of new projects, 2 post-implementation reviews as required by our stakeholders, one on NOCLAR, and the SAC will remember that it was the SAC, it was this group that was very clear that this should be our priority. So that's what we are doing, but also a post-implementation review on the revised code, because there were some complaints about the code and about how the code was being adopted. So we are going to assess how this is working. We will advance on the second part of the sustainability standards, corresponding to the part 4B, so the profession-agnostic independent standards for sustainability assurance engagements, which are not scoped under part 5, which has become even more important with the reduction of the number of mandatory assurance in some parts of the world, and 2 new projects. One of the new role of, or the role of the CFOs. One project on the role of the CFOs and other senior PAIBs or people in similar roles. So this is what's new at the ISBA, on the ISBA side, together with the continuing on doing what we were doing already. We are starting these projects carefully. We will, in some cases, we have already launched a survey. In other cases, we will launch the survey to make sure that we collect all the information and the feedback before we start thinking about what to do next. And I'm going to give the floor back to Tom.
Okay, we're back. So I'd like to give you an update on some of the work we've done since our last meeting. The first thing, as I said, no new major standards before the end of 2027. But one of the things we are committed to doing is to continue the alignment efforts on narrow scope amendments to ensure interoperability between our standards and IESBA's. Now, using the work of experts and the concept of experts, we align closely on our sustainability work. So this wasn't about ISSA 5000, where the standards are interoperable, but it's about what we needed to do is revise ISO 620 in a very narrative way and some consequential amendments. So you see 2400, 3000, and 4400. The full revision of 620 was out of scope. We consulted on this. 5000, for the reasons I explained, was out of scope, and 3410 we didn't touch either because we were withdrawing that when 5000 becomes available. So we have now approved that standard. Will be put forward to the PIOB for certification, likely in December. Really, a lot of the focus is about bringing greater awareness about the relevant ethical requirements that may be included. And one of the things that I've talked about at our board, and the board fully supports, is that where there's an implicit requirement, let's be very clear about it and make it explicit. And so this really had to do with the prohibition on using work of an expert that does not have the necessary competence, capabilities, or objectivity for the auditor's or practitioner's purpose. It was something we viewed was implicit in the requirement, and now we've just made it explicit. I'm of the view of, why are we hiding something that we all know to be true? It causes problems for practitioners with regulators. It causes problems for regulators to regulate. So we made that explicit. So you could see the standards that have been impacted: 620, 2400, 3000, and 4400. We anticipate, as I said, certification. I believe, Billy, it's all published. The final text is on our website. So, the time between certification and a effective date is less than we normally would be, but it's out there with the assumption that it's going to be certified. So that gives you a little bit of an update on 620 revisions and other consequential amendments. The next thing I want to turn to is audit evidence and risk response. And it's worth just taking a step back to understand partly why we're doing it. It's not the sole reason, but it's very much about our approach to supporting innovation and audit, and making sure that our standards are ready and consistent with our technology statement, which is about leaning in, it's encouraging innovation. And so when you think about what we're doing on audit evidence and risk response, it's really fundamentally about getting the principles and framework right to accept innovation and audit, in addition to addressing other issues that are relevant to the public interest for those two key standards. What I would say is, as we talk about those standards, we're treading carefully here. These are really the core of what an audit's about. And if we don't get the right technical expertise and input, we know that there's a risk that we will have long-lasting impact. And so if you look at this slide right now, it talks about what we're doing up front to make sure that we gather that technical expertise. And this, by the way, is one of our first major staff-driven projects. And people have talked about how we've evolved our way of working. Now, staff, for you who've been around accounting standards for a long time, people are quite familiar with a staff-driven approach, where the staff is the fundamental leader, that it includes engagement with the boards and engagement with the stakeholder community throughout the process. In addition, we've at the IAASB have been really focused on regular and constant engagement during the development process. So by the time you get to the ED, you have all the major issues aired and you're well aware, so the chance of the ED succeeding, the exposure draft succeeding, will be higher. Now, we have a great leader on this project. Kalina is, I think, around the table. So in the back, I pointed her out because if you have questions on the project, that's the first place to go. It's always good to put the contact. But we also, staff driven doesn't mean that the staff is sitting in isolation in a room, becoming an ivory tower here. We have 2 project board members. Josephine Jackson is one of them. Ado Kenhush is another. So there's really strong technical engagement from the board throughout the project's development. This is different than the task force-led approach, but I think we're going to get to great outcomes in it. And as you can see, we've had over 80 plus hours of engagements with diverse stakeholders. We've been touching 19 jurisdictions. We have project-specific meetings. Again, lots of work to get to where we are and to inform board discussions. And then providing transparency around those discussions, which have helped the board to get to good places, I hope, on audit evidence. And so on this slide, you'll see what our key focuses have been to this point. So like if you think about what aligning concepts and principles between standards and getting a coherent and consistent work efforts. So we've thought a lot about how we deal with stand back provisions in our standards. Like there's been a proliferation of those efforts over time. And so we could be doing stand backs to the stand back to the stand back, which I'm not sure is helpful, but we want to be cohesive about what we mean from that standpoint. So, what we focused on here is putting an overall stand back provision in 700, and then also having a matching one in 330 to 315. I think this is a much more sensible approach. We focus on the authenticity of records and documents. So, we're balancing the expectations of the marketplace. So we don't want to assume that every document's inauthentic, but at the same time, making sure that the necessary work and the language of the standards suggests that the appropriate work is being done on authenticity. So that the appropriate professional skepticism is being applied. Again, alignment between 330 and 315 is really important. A big push both by our PIOB members, but also regulators and others, is to strengthen the auditor's work on internal controls. So there's proposals around general IT controls. We're broadening the scope of the definition of test of controls, and we're elevating a controls-based approach, particularly clarifying when a test of controls is appropriate and when where there's circumstances when substantive procedures alone are insufficient, and using audit evidence from a previous audit makes sense. So those are the types of things that category fits. If you think about other things, is I think this board, and many of you around the table know this paragraph 18 from ISA 330, which is about that requires substantive procedures for material COTABs, and that's only accountants would create an acronym such as that, which you don't even pronounce all the letters. So I'm still getting informed on that as a non-accountant. So where we are as a board is the current proposal is to remove that paragraph in emphasis of a risk-based approach, but really emphasize from how an auditor needs to think about whether that is the risk to be assessed there. And the idea is, look, we have requirements 315, we have standbacks. Why after that point do you need effectively final circuit breaker if the auditor's work is done. Like, we need to trust the risk-based model that we've created in the process, and we're enhancing documentation requirements around it. So that is the current position of the board on that. And then there's a whole discussion about how do we modernize these standards specifically related to technology. The description modernizing the use of the term automated tools and techniques to using technological tools, enhancements to application materials. So that's really where we are right now. The work, I could say, is hardly done, right, Kalina? We have a bit more to go. We're going to take an extra quarter to get this right, and then we'll have a robust consultation as a result. But that's a biggie. One of the other things we're focused on is our maintenance of the LCE standard. There was a lot of talk about what the framework for maintaining the standard is. And the board is very concerned about not just at the moment it's being adopted to burden people with new changes. So getting the balance between the pace of change in the LCE standard right with the need to keep it closely aligned with the ISAs. So you could see since we approved the standard 240, 570, and some of these narrow scope amendments has been done. What I been pushing at the board table and what others seem to be is like, we need to do the minimum required to keep them aligned. We don't want to over complexify the LCE standard, right? So that is our approach. We're considering the timing of all of that right now, but we want to keep the gap between the ISIS and the LCC standards to a minimum. And then I talked about this a little earlier today about what we're doing on 5,000. There's a lot of resources that we're putting together. We had a spectacular webinar series over the last couple of weeks where we had over 2,000 people participate. There's a lot of resources available for policymakers and jurisdictions adopting our standard for mandatory adoption, but also those who are dealing with a world of voluntary adoption. And we just had to be real that it's going to happen on both paths. I call this a top-down approach and bottom-up. In jurisdictions where we're not getting mandatory adoption, 95% of major companies are reporting some sustainability measures, and they're seeking assurance. So that's a market-driven solution. And I think from our standpoint, we need to be level-headed about how the pace of adoption is going to happen. On 5,000, the big thing in my mind is to converge around global approaches. There's a reason that we think 5,000 is an assurance model, ISA as an ethics model that should be adopted globally. So there's more work to happen. We have some monitoring mechanisms in the marketplace. We have a 5,000 technical implementation contact group. We have an online submission form for issues that are directly related to implementation. We're doing a lot of outreach with key stakeholders, and we will continue to produce items. The one thing we do not intend to do is create, if you're dying to see ISA 5100, it's not coming anytime soon. So sorry to disappoint. We're trying to provide some stability with that platform. If there are issues with 5,000 specifically, we're not averse to doing narrow scope amendments though as a board. But we have not yet identified that, and that we're in early days of its implementation. So for that, I think we're gonna pause here. As I said, you could ask questions to either of us on anything and everything. And we look forward to the engagement.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Gabriella. I can see some cards going up. Gabriella, will you maybe also share some of the feedback from your recent ethics event in Lisbon? You'll cover, will you cover that?
Presentation.
Yeah. Afterwards.
We're
Okay.
not done with the
Yeah,
presentation.
sure. I just want to make sure we'll get that. Okay. Right. Doug.
I've hit the right button. Thanks for that presentation, and thanks also for everything that you're doing. Clearly, the key messages that you've been covering are very important around deregulation, but continuing to work, the support for the standards, and of course, the stakeholder engagement. I guess a few more specific items, and won't take an hour on this, but just some things that came to mind. We haven't actually got discussion on the work plan yet, but I understand there'll be obviously a joint work plan and there'll be a survey as a part of that. The timing is probably not great in terms of SAC meetings. That's just the way it is, but it may well be that when you've got some of the survey feedback, that it could be worthwhile running some of that through the SAC just to get some thoughts as to what the SAC thinks is important and might need to be pursued. I guess a few other, they're a little bit random, my thoughts, apologies. Value proposition is important, but I recognise that the two boards actually have different scopes, which makes it quite challenging. I'd probably encourage sort of finalising the value proposition sooner rather than later, because they could be discussed for a very long time, I suspect. In terms of IFEA, one of the things I probably touched on this before in the context of a particular project, there may be value because of some of the remit questions in working with others on certain projects. I'm thinking firm culture and governance, like IOSCO and IFEA, who might have remits that might be complementary in that regard. But I appreciate the difficult work that's been done on that project, and that you're continuing to move ahead with guidance and so forth. On the IWSB side, I'm really pleased with Tom's final comment about 5,000. Appreciate the enormous amount of work, and Josephine as well, that went into others in terms of 5,000 in a very short space of time to get it up and running. It was never going to be absolutely perfect, recognise that, in such a short space of time. And the support and implementation guidance is important in countries like Australia, but I do think that there will also be opportunities to deal with things, may be difficult to deal with things through implementation guidance in some cases, and it may be worthwhile looking at standards. I just give one example. In Australia, we thought we only had one auditor for both the financial report and the sustainability report. That's no longer the case, which means that now communication between the auditors is incredibly important in how they work together because of the interconnectivity of the information. And so while there are provisions around things like acceptance and continuance, but particularly communication in 5,000, you might actually be thinking about changes on the financial reporting side. 720 hasn't quite kept up on communication, and it will help the auditors, I think, to have requirements around communications so that both auditors are required to, or insurance providers are required to communicate with each other. I could go on about 5,000 for hours, but I won't. That's just an illustration of where it may be worthwhile considering those narrow scope amendments. I just mentioned we haven't actually got to technology yet, which I know is a major project for the IWSB. And I think, Tom, you said this before in previous meetings anyway, but it may be worthwhile thinking about short-term guidance and then developing into standards. I certainly wouldn't preclude the possibility of standards. I know some are probably, I actually see enormous value in standards, apart from the fact that both boards have the word standards in the name. That actually helps practitioners. It's not all about enforceability, by the way, but in the short term, it may be worthwhile developing guidance in areas, so that something can be out there and help people. I've got other things on my list, but I think I've talked enough. I probably should stop and let others get a word in, and perhaps put my card up again later.
Do you want to respond to anything, or just do we keep?
You want to gather a few?
Yeah, let's gather a few. So, Claes?
Thank you very much. Thank you both, Chair, for the presentations. I think it was great for us in the SAC to get some reporting back on where you're headed right now. I just have a specific comment to Tom on the LC project. I totally agree that you need to do as little as possible because that's very, very important not to update the standards to more. And the reason for that is I come from Sweden. It's a small jurisdiction, but there is an appetite to apply the LCE. The regulator has recognized this as an approved standard. And in this concept of also, the restructuring of the profession and of the auditing firms as of today, with the vision more serving PI clients and other clients. Right now in Sweden, there is a development to develop audit tools, training is going on, education is going on in the LCE. So this means that if you put in major changes to the LCE right now, that might be disruptive in order to get this going to apply it, so to say. So just want to say that from a standard setting standpoint, I totally understand the logic to say to update the standard. But if you have a clear case where I can see right now it's rolling out, so you have to be very, very careful about that because this is not what the profession is asking about. We're trying to get this going right now to implement, and it's not only the standard in itself; it's everything that comes with developing tools, education, and information about how this work, and also interaction with users. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. And let me join the two last speakers in commending the two standard setting bodies for the great job ongoing. Mine is on two sides, one on IFEA. I appreciate the mnemonics of SMART having been changed from what we used to know. So I want to take on two elements there that are quite joined together. That's the mobilization and adoption. Yeah, on adoption, knowing so many jurisdictions, as you put that you prefer jurisdictional engagement, I'm thinking based on resources, scarce resources, wouldn't it be preferable to do regional adoption engagement to get some blocks? Would you be able to engage all jurisdictions based on your resources? So I'm thinking, for instance, in the Global South, we have the likes of the Pan-African Federation of Accountants that is made up of all professional accounting organizations in Africa, about 54 thereabout. We also have the African Forum of Independent Auditing and Assurance Regulators. So also made up of different regulators in Africa. Engaging such regional blocks, in my mind, may be more cost-saving and may be more productive. On mobilization, which linked to the adoption, I think you really need to do more, especially in the Global South. A lot of questions coming from stakeholders show that they are not well enlightened and knowledgeable about what's going on in that area. That's my comment on your side. On the ISA 5000, you will recall that Nigeria adopted sustainability in 2023. And in the roadmap, we gave 3 years gap for assurance. And we said that the third year of reporting will require limited assurance. So there is ongoing discussion that effective date of ISA is 15th December 2026. And though paragraph 15 said early implementation is encouraged, but some of the big fours are arguing that they have not gotten global, they have not gotten approval from their global headquarters to implement ISA 5000, and therefore they are not likely going to accept engagement on limited assurance for sustainability reporting. So the entities that had done 3 years down the line, finding it difficult to get required big firms to do the engagement. What would be your suggestion towards solving it? Because we need to get back and ensure that we have some kind of assurance on those reporting. Thank you.
You stop there and respond, and then we've got another round.
Okay, I can start. I think I'll go quicker than you. Doug, thank you very much for your comments on the from culture and governance. This will be subject to some conversation later this morning in this same presentation, because we want to focus a little bit specifically on what we are doing and the approach. But still, yes, we are working with a lot of people, not only with IOSCO and IFEA, and we do, but also with many other stakeholders, namely the firms, through the different constituencies where we connect to the firms. So it's really the objective is to engage as much as possible during this period to get feedback that allow us to make a proper define the direction, the future direction. But we'll come back to that conversation a little bit later. Iani, so thank you very much for your advice. So we are taking having a significant focus on adoption, support to adoption and implementation, and mobilization, and etc. As you said, the resources are scarce. The approach that we are taking is a very structured and intentional one. We are identifying the jurisdictions where which we consider to be a priority, on the basis of a number of factors and elements, but including their position towards the adoption and implementation of the sustainability standards. And we are developing these jurisdictional profiles for each one of these jurisdictions, trying to understand exactly at which point they are, who are the entities involved, what are the projects, the plans, how they are planning to adopt the standards in the law, and etc. So it's a succinct but very important description of where each jurisdiction is, so that it can drive us in terms of the focus that we need to put in each jurisdiction, etc. So we cannot be everywhere, you're more than right, but with respect to your suggestion that we take this block approach, regional more than jurisdictional, we are doing both. In some cases, we are addressing the jurisdictions, mostly those who need more support on the one hand, and the others which are more advanced, and so they need this support to move to the next step. There are some jurisdictions which already adopted the standard, other like Australia, like Malaysia, like South Africa. Brazil is very close to that. But in Africa, we are using exactly PAFA as one of the ways of getting closer to those jurisdictions. There have been some events on which we have participated, and each time we go there, we try to have some meetings and with stakeholders and etc. So it's really high on our agenda to provide support to Africa. We also have a member from Nigeria who has been starting. I don't know if you have been, Obichukwu has been doing some outreach also to start the connection with stakeholders, regulators, the firms, and etc. So it's a dual approach, jurisdictional but also regional, and using as much as possible those platforms like the professional organization groups and the forum of firms, the IFAC Connect, and etc., to take this regional approach. IFAC is important here as well. We are working together with IFAC. We are not overlapping. We are trying to activate us mutually in our strengths to address these regions, Africa, South America, and Asia as blocks. Tom.
Okay. So, Doug, the point about 720 is noted. We've discussed this for some time, and I have not much more to say other than it's noted on that front. In terms of technology, actually, the issue of guidance is very much on our agenda. I didn't really talk about it because it is very much part of our QM approach, which is the meat of some of the agenda coming forward, but our assumption is it's a guidance first approach. And, you know, one of the other things we're talking about in the context of technology is, do we need some other mechanism in the standard setting toolkit where you can harness specialized technical expertise in a way that's authoritative, but it's somewhat shy of the standard setting, 2-year standard setting process. So those discussions are on the way internally, how you bring expertise from practitioner expertise and from the field to bear, that maybe we don't have necessarily at the board table, but allowing us to move quickly in that way. So there are a number of options being considered at this board. But all I could say is here. I've been trying to make that exact case as well. Like I'm very personally cautious of us rushing to change things because we need time to allow standards to embed themselves. But I'm also, this is why I talk about the balance too. We don't want too big a departure, a gap to form between the ISIS and ISIS for LCs, because there's this perception among some in the marketplace that it then looks like a lesser standard. And that's clearly not our objective. But I'm probably on the more conservative side about how quickly we need to change. And that's a dialogue we're having at the board table. So your input is really important. So really interesting observation about 5,000 and the ability to adopt it early in Nigeria. So first of all, I don't know what the firms are saying in the state of methodology, and it's probably hard for me to comment on it. Maybe others who are more familiar about what global networks are saying could comment on it. But in the near term, the option always could be is adoption of 3,000 and 3410 in using 5,000 as guidance. Remember, 5,000 is built on the base of 3,000 and 3410 and the reason we needed to do 5,000 is that we needed to be much more specific about how to apply sustainability specific information, assurance on that information. So like that could be the path forward. I'm not sure. It's not for me to comment on where specific firms are allowing early adoption and signing off on opinions. But there is a lot there, and you could build off 3,000 and 3410. And it probably would be a 1-year interim arrangement as you move to 5,000. But my sense is that compliance with 5,000 would be compliance with 3,000 and 3410 because we built off those platforms. And so, but I would be interested. It's the first time I've heard that concern in the marketplace, and certainly we will raise it in our dialogue with the global networks too.
Thank you, Alan. Dear colleagues, first I congratulate IAASB and the ISPA's focused efforts. Now we are taking the lead in publishing high quality standards on sustainability assurance, or ethics. Last month, Tom had a very successful engagement with China's stakeholders. I encourage both chairs come to China to stakeholders. For China, we are drafting our national sustainability assurance standards based on ISA 5000 and ISPA standards. Now I find some new information. First, on sustainability assurance, we have 5000, but ISO is also drafting a set of assurance standards on sustainability assurance. We have another body called accountability also doing that. So now we have 3 global set of standards on the same subject. It's confusing to national standard setter. I compared those 3 set of standards. I think in the area of assurance on information, IWSB is the top one. ISA 5000 is the most comprehensive. They are borrowing, other sets of standards are borrowing from ISA 5000. My point is, what is the future landscape of the global sustainability assurance standards? Ideally, there should be only one set of global standards. How we can converge those 3? Maybe through joint groups. I'm also confusing when drafting ISA 5000, we invited other professionals, experts to come in. I'm trying to know what kind of contribution they make. Why they are drafting their own standards? Why they are just using ISA 5000? What's the problem? What's new in their standards? So they're also saying that they have one expert from IWSB in drafting their standards. So with joint group, why we don't have only one set of global standards drafted by all relevant stakeholders? It's my concern. The second is IOSCO. IOSCO issued a statement on S1 and S2. It's used the word endorsement. However, with ISA 5000, they use the word support. For a non-native speaker, I'm trying to figure out what's the subtle differences between that. It appears endorsement is a strong word. Support is a more general. So I'm trying to know what's behind the negotiations between IWSB and IOSCO when drafting their statements. What's the real differences between two statements? The third, regarding the specific standards, ISA 5000 is principle-based standards. It's a governing standards. There should be specific standards to follow. We do find a need for specific standards, such as you have S1 and S2. S2 was on climate change. In more assurance need to be done on climate risk opportunities information or green gas statements assurance. Some standards setting bodies are already doing that. Why we are not doing that? You can see accountability have assurance standards on that, guidance on that, on green gas assurance. So I still think we need to consider specific the program. We have a program to develop specific standards on what subject, on what cases. That's my points. Thank you.
So maybe I could respond to some of these questions. About the competing sets of standards. We've always had competing sets of standards in this space. ISO, if you look at the IFAC state of, I forget what they call it, state of play report on sustainability, you could see that there's 3,000 and 3410 also are the most widely used standards as it relates to existing assurance sustainability matter, but ISO has had a greenhouse gas standard, AA 1000 has existed as well. What distinguishes our standard from others is that when IOSCO was setting out its recommendations to standard setters, they emphasized an open, transparent, and rigorous due process. Our due process included thousands of people, included IESBA's process as well. So we're following similar approaches. We had public roundtables, we had comment periods, we had open engagement and webinars. Our product is free to anyone to use and to access as well. And we included people that currently exist in the ISO world, non-accounting practitioners. Remember, we were specifically asked to create a profession agnostic approach, not profession agnostic at all costs, profession agnostic built on the foundations of quality management and ethical requirements. In our process, hundreds of non-accounting practitioners played a role. We had 2 reference groups, one of accounting practitioners and one of non-accounting practitioners. Our standard is ready to be used by all of them free of charge. That is not the same in the other process. It's not to say, I'm not saying that their standards won't be high quality. In terms of our engagement with them, yes, we have been engaged with ISO throughout the process. We sit as an observer in the group, but we are not confirming that their standards are exactly in compliance with ours. We're given advice. We were told to be helpful, and we will continue engagement so that there's a high degree of convergence. But I think we stand behind the process, the transparency and the rigor that we set our standards for. And for the basis of capital markets, it has always been the case that an open, transparent due process is what's essential. Now, my understanding of IOSCO endorsement or support, the word support has followed the language that they have used in relation to auditing standards. And what they didn't want to do is create a different precedent for sustainability assurance. I'm looking at my IOSCO counterpart here, and maybe you want to talk about it as well, but I think it was really important not to create this imbalance in my understanding.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, you are right. So in terms of the IFRS accounting standards in 2000, so there's a some kind of IOSCO endorsement statement. And in terms of for the ISA, there's a clarity project more than 10 years ago. And at that moment, certain wording was used for the IWSB's ISA. So this time, the statement from the IOSCO is pretty much consistent with the previous communication. So that's the behind. Thank you very much.
Yes, but I would encourage the adoption. I view it as an endorsement, but that's my interpretation. But in terms of topic-specific standards, remember, we had a topic-specific standard on greenhouse gas. We incorporated it into our 5,000. But our standard needs to cover the whole range of topics I say not just an element of E, but all ESG. We've created a robust framework. Where we go in the future of whether we want topic-specific standards around human capital or other issues, or where we go to specific elements in terms of fraud related to it or materiality, that could be another area. But we don't really do topic-specific standards on audit either, and we could. We don't have a specific topic as it relates to some obscure revenue recognition topic. We create a general framework, a principle-based framework. So like, I think there's some analogies. Behold, we will adapt as the marketplace tells us. We think 5,000 addresses all topics. And I'm not sure that people are looking necessarily for us to write a standard on assurance of S6 or S7 when it comes down the road. So we also have to be careful about being framework neutral as it relates to the reporting requirements, because some people are adopting IFRS S1, S2. Europe is considering ESRSs, GRI exists. So that's a little bit of our philosophy on this topic.
Just thank you very much, Alan. Very quickly, thank you very much for these comments and for raising those issues. Everything that Tom said applies mutatis mutandis to the ESMA standards with respect to the process, with respect to the support from IOSCO and etc. But and Tom said rightly that we stand behind the process to make sure that this works properly as a product that could be adopted by everyone. But we also stand behind the purpose, because it was really the objective both of the ISSB and the ESMA in developing our sustainability standards with this profession agnostic approach, and with a deep, significant, relevant involvement with the non-professional accountants with whom we worked intensively to try to get to this result of having one standard. It was our desire. It was our objective. Of course, we don't decide about if there are other standards or not, but the objective was really to provide and deliver something that might help achieve that objective. One standard for everyone, which is the only result that, in our view, serves the public interest and serves the interest of investors, is to have the same standard applied by everyone.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you. Natasha, very good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning, I guess, to you. Not so much morning for me, but nice to see everybody there. And I'm so sorry I can't be there myself. I guess I wanted to just add in a kind of governance-y type of comment to this discussion. I'd like to first obviously say that I think all the work that has gone on has been incredible, and it's really, really fabulous to see us taking a more kind of strategic approach in terms of these conversations. But from an investor perspective, I feel quite lonely often in taking an interest in audit and assurance. I think that's changed a bit with sustainability assurance. You've got more investors engaged, but generally speaking, we have a deficit of investor interest in audit. And I really believe that this is one of the core weaknesses in terms of achieving the ultimate goal that I think we're all here to achieve, which is raising the rigor with which these standards are being implemented, and therefore delivering higher audit quality in the public interest. And so for me, this is a gap in terms of the whole standard framework. We have, I know, and I think you're going to come on to the points, Gabriella, around the governance of the firms, the audit firms. But I think what I'm talking about and interested to see more work done on is the governance outside of the audit firms to ensure that there's accountability of the audit by investors, and thereby ensuring that quality goes up. Because I think without that accountability, that involvement of investors in checking the accounts, having conversations, direct dialogues with the auditors, having more direct dialogues with audit committees or those charged with governance, I think is the terminology that you often use. I think will constantly be pushing water uphill. And so I guess to be more specific, I would really like to see whether we could think creatively and innovatively around standards or even guidance, if that is an easier way to go about it, for enhancing that accountability. So, for example, better and more meaningful disclosure by auditors to investors of the work that they've done under the whole kind of key audit matter, critical audit matter framework. We need more granularity, more detail. We've had a good level of improvement, I think, in the UK. And I think that provides a model for others, but that will get investors more engaged and therefore greater accountability of auditors to push up standards. Another area where I think standards or guidance could be provided are on routine meetings between auditors and investors. If we can have a way of structuring those meetings, standards around how those meetings should be conducted, etc., people may feel that's a safer thing to do, right? And that's actually an expected thing to do. Likewise, guidance for how audit committees should be engaging with investors on how they're conducting audit reviews, promoting more voting. This is one of my favorite topics, promoting investors to think about various aspects of the audit when they formulate their vote on audit, which they have at an AGM. Again, that will strengthen that link of accountability. And likewise, standards around routine competitive tenders for the audit service at companies, I think, again, is extremely important for avoiding threats to independence, complacency, and re-establishing that link to the final users of those audits. And I would apply all of these principles, by the way, to sustainability assurance as well. I think they're currently missing from much of that dialogue. There's hardly any discussion of the governance around sustainability assurance, but I think precisely the same principles would apply. So yeah, I will leave you with those thoughts. Thank you.
Natasha, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I was just wondering, it would be worth, I think, having a conversation about what the role of, say, the two standard setting boards are in this respect, as opposed to those of the regulators. Because, I get what you say. And in fact, I'm just in the middle of finalizing one of my company's annual reports for year end, September 2025. And as I chair the audit committee, I'm writing the letter to the shareholders about what we do, how we engage with the auditors, how do we ensure that they're doing quality work, what does audit quality mean to us as an audit committee, etc. So it would be interesting, I think, just to open it up, just to get some views as to how best to approach the issues that you're raising, because they're generic issues well beyond any single jurisdiction. And we do have some regulators in the room as well. So it would be interesting just to get some views. How can we do this together with these standard setting boards? Because it's not just the remit only of the standard. You're part of the conversation, but this goes beyond the two SSBs, I would have thought. So would anybody like to, James, as a regulator in the UK?
Sorry, excuse my throat. Yes, it's a really interesting challenge. So the FRC in the UK has responsibilities in respect of corporate governance and the corporate governance code, as well as setting auditing standards and UK financial reporting standards. I think the real challenge from a standard setter's perspective is that if you try and put requirements on auditors, which are then seen to put requirements on preparers, it seemed to be doing regulation by the back door. And so I think it really is, from our perspective, much more a kind of individual regulatory responsibility. It's not to say that we don't work together to consider, so a change of the UK corporate governance code and directors requirements, well, what's the knock-on effect into audit, and do we need to issue clarification, guidance, or even respond through changing standards? But I'm just have been burned by very many rounds of public consultation where I'm told I'm introducing regulation by the back door.
to offer sort of any? Yeah, Doug?
By the way, I'm not a regulator, I'm a standard setter, but
Okay.
just a few thoughts. I agree with James' sentiment. We need to be careful about that crossover. It's like going concern where there's concerns that are we promoting reporting requirements through the auditing standards where perhaps the IWSB could make some amendments. But I agree with your point as well. I've been thinking more broadly about the remit questions, but with the investors, Natasha raises some good points, but the example on the AGMs and questions of the auditors, I don't think is something that can be achieved through the auditing standards. In Australia, there is actually a requirement that allows shareholders to actually ask questions of the auditors at an annual general meeting, but that's through legislation. And this goes to the remit question. I mean, I think Tom explained it well in terms of 5,000. ISCO said, can you go further with being practitioner neutral, framework neutral, and made the standards available. We're still trying to deal with the fragmentation issues there and competing with some drilling going on. But I think a lot of good work has been done in that space, but it is difficult because then when you come to the national jurisdictions, unless you have legislation or whatever, how do you apply these things to people who aren't members of an accounting body? And ISPA has the same challenges. That's why I mentioned working potentially with ISCO and IFEA, because at the moment, the standards in many jurisdictions and code are actually applied through accounting bodies. So a good example on the ethics side is they apply to bodies rather than service lines. So while there's a lot of service lines that are covered by ISPA, if we're talking about consulting, I'm not sure how you define consulting, there's a whole lot of consultants who would not see themselves to be covered by the ISPA code, but perhaps they should be. So I think it's a bit broader than just sort of the investor questions that are being raised. I think they're important questions, but it really does need to be thought about. And this is probably where also, while there's excellent cooperation between the two boards and the two chairs, it does create some difficulties because of the different remits of the boards as well, and how you deal with some of those. Perhaps might come back to that one later, but I guess my only observation is while there's good cooperation, there are cases where perhaps more needs to be done because it's not always seen to be perfect cooperation on particular matters. Perhaps I'd better stop there.
Let's then go to Monica.
Thank you. Only a few comments related to what was described before. First, in relation to ISBA Smart Framework, just to mention as a great initiative, it certainly will facilitate that the ISBA code is not only seen as something bureaucratic or formal, which frequently is not even understood by practitioners and by the market in general, but also that through the engagement that is already going on, it will facilitate to clarify confusion with prior local standards as it relates to ethics. And mainly, and it was just mentioned, once we have the agnostic approach and the consideration mainly on sustainability right now for other professions, for them also to understand what is stated there. So congratulations on this initiative. Then moving on, the IWSB update, 3 short points on technology and application tools. My suggestion would be, and I don't know if this is somehow being done or not, to improve or increase the interaction with software providers. In the past, it could be quite harder, but right now we see a lot of global software providers. And these are key really to understand what is included and what is expected through the standards. This is, I can see that in my own country in Brazil, in which when there are local changes, for example, for tax purposes, there are task forces that include these ERP suppliers to make sure they got understood. Because for auditors to make any assurance, as it relates to technology, and that's needed to assure what is stated in the reports. The softwares that are used need to be considering also properly the standards. So it's a two-side point. In relation to the maintenance of ISA for LCE, although I would be initially from the view that it's hard enough to have the standard implemented, so let's not think on updates. Considering the reactions that I have been observing and hearing also from regulators and from the society in different countries, maybe this was done, but it would be important to check the exact global status of this adoption, and it relates first to the approval of the standard and then to the implementation. Because one thing that I have already heard from regulators is that, okay, you want us to approve or to trust on ISA for LCEs. However, the standard is not even totally updated to the current standards. So it might be tricky from one side. Maybe this is, since this is in a very initial phase of adoption of the standard, although, and you know that I don't like to have these updates, but maybe this might be still a good moment to consider, at least for the key changes that were applied to the ISAs. And last but not least, as it relates to adoption of ISA 5000, as it was mentioned, Brazil is one of the first countries that is focusing on sustainability standards in general, indeed related to ISA 5000. We are now in the phase of public audience, and we expect to have the standard approved still this year. And what we have identified, not in professional interactions, because when we think only inside the accounting profession and for auditors, what it is refer is that, okay, we'll keep the same procedures since ISA 5000 was strictly based on the ISAs themselves. But what we have been hearing when we hear the market, for example, those companies that already issued sustainability reports and so on, are some key points, and these key points potentially could be addressed in more details by IAASB as it relates to practical application of the standard. So the references on distinct materiality, financial and impact materiality levels, as it relates to the use of limited or reasonable assurance. What we have been hearing as profession is from the market is that, okay, it's not clear for us which are the criteria that are being adopted to choose whether a reasonable or a limited assurance for the moment. The scope related to the adequacy of the standards during the audit work, this is something that is not clear. Not to understand the report. Once the assurance report is issued, this is clear. The problem is in the initial phase when you need to make sure the company and the market really understand what is being done as it relates to assurance on sustainability information. And related to that, also when it refers to preliminary understanding of the work circumstances, since and this is stated at ISA 5000, since it is stated the possibility on the basis being from different origins, so it might be from ISSB, but from other origins. And probably this should be through guidance or to support material. I agree and understand when Tom mentioned that it's not the proposal to enter into details exactly because it covers all that, but at least to bring some high-level references on how to address possibilities in order to avoid that at the moment of the assurance, the company might be using any kind of standard which riskly might not be the most fit for purpose sustainability standards as we have. It would also generate impact at the assurance process. Thank you.
So Monica, could just pick up a few more. Yeah, so Javier, please.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. I have a couple of specific questions related to assurance. as a European investor, I think I know that assurance on financial reporting is very key. Then assurance on sustainability will be even more important just because it's more uncharted waters right now for everyone, adoption and implementation. So on that basis, my question is, given what is going on right now happening in Europe with the adjustment on ESRS, do you think there might be any need for additional guidance on the implementation of ISA 5000 eventually? Because that's a major change right now on the standards. And also the second question is related to what is the feedback you can say, what is the feedback that you get from your constituents in Europe about what is happening right now with this slowdown? Do you think that is something is going to impact or affect the adoption and implementation of ISA 5000?
Do you want to just pick up those two?
I think,
Monica's and Javier's.
okay. Okay, I'm going to defer to my implementation group chair here on some of your questions. Josephine?
Yeah, Monica, thank you. And actually, they are familiar points that you raise. And we have, just to reiterate, we do have two implementation groups. We have an external group, so comprising auditors, accountants, and non-practitioners as well. And their responsibility is to bring these issues to our attention. And actually, it's a global group, so they're from all over. So they bring these issues to our attention, and then we put them through a filter really to see which is the real issue that we need to address and then prioritize accordingly. And we have been doing that. And we also have an internal group which is made up of the board members and technical advisors who were responsible for the development of the standard and ongoing implementation and adoption of the standard. So we already have some guidance in place in terms of limited and reasonable assurance. What is the difference? What can you expect from both? I mean, a reasonable assurance is what our audit is. It's a reasonable assurance engagement. So essentially, if you think about reasonable assurance under 5,000, you're looking for that level of engagement by practitioners on your sustainability information. Most jurisdictions, as they're adopting the standard and considering mandatory assurance, are starting with limited assurance as far as we know at this stage. But the good thing about 5,000 is that we developed in a manner that will help practitioners transition through that standard from a limited assurance engagement to a reasonable assurance engagement. I won't go into the technical details why that is the case, but it is. And we thought, and that was actually as a result of lots of feedback we got from consultation that, those steps are going to be really difficult. So how can you make that smoother transition in your standards? So we did address that. And also we have guidance coming on materiality. Materiality has cropped up as a topic right from the very beginning, and we have lots of guidance in the standard on it, including the concept of double materiality. We have implementation guidance, and we're actually trying to bring together some guidance that has practical perceptions of materiality. So you're in an engagement and you face these issues. What would you think about? What can you do? And so we are continuing to work very hard in the background to bring things to people's attention. We also recently completed 6 webinars on some of the technical and practical aspects of 5,000, which we had thousands of people attend those. I'm looking at Claire, so they're very well attended. We got some great questions during those webinars as well, which again, we will put into our hopper and think about what guidance we need to produce. The important thing to remember is that we, as a global standard setter, we are principles-based. We've talked about this a lot today already. And from our perspective there, whatever we do have to be careful not to develop guidance that implies that a particular practitioner should go down a particular route if that circumstances arises. So sometimes we have to be, still quite high level when we're developing the guidance. And then on the other point you made, I think it was if a company uses different reporting frameworks, that's completely sensible in certain circumstances, particularly if the key reporting framework isn't given the preparer sufficient information to measure or evaluate the subject matter. We understand that. And so the standard does have guidance there in those scenarios. You have to obviously go through quite a rigorous exercise to make sure that any criteria adopted or any framework adopted is appropriate in the circumstances, and that's part of the practitioner's responsibility.
But yes, we recognize that that could be the case going forward. And so the standard is flexible in that regard. But yes, we're very much on board with hearing anything about implementation challenges and to be responsive to those and in an agile manner as well. Thank you.
So just on your other, on your questions, so you heard a lot of what we're doing right now. We have a specific website on 5000, which gives a plethora of resources for anyone concerned about implementation issues. Again, I'll reiterate, our intention is not to have major revisions on ISSA 5000 anytime soon. Though, if something comes up in the process that says it's broken in some small way, we will adjust and adapt to it. Certainly, we get a lot of questions on EU adoption. I'm cautious about commenting too much on it. We have greater experts in the room. I'm looking at Hilda probably does this much for her day job today, but I think it's in flux right now. Needless to say, what seemed to be off the table was an EU-wide assurance standard. It may be back on the table because the parliamentary report has come out seeking an EU-wide sustainability assurance standard. Many stakeholders, including from the practitioner, are seeking such because they're concerned about fragmentation if left to national jurisdictions, which, by the way, is how ICEs are adopted in Europe, and they're adopted pretty much across the board in Europe through national approaches. You'll have unevenness and some potential confusion to the marketplace. We worked very closely with the CEAOB in developing our standard, so we feel like it took account of a lot of European circumstances. So we do think it's still a logical contender for an EU-wide assurance standard. That obviously will depend upon discussions. We certainly would welcome EU stakeholders who believe that's the case to advocate for that to be the case, because global approaches are what this group is all about. But we've taken account of a lot of European input in the development of this standard, and we will continue working with the European Commission and the CAOB and anyone and everyone in Europe to get this across the line if that's where the European process lands. But to me, I think it's a positive development that it's back on the table. And I would encourage people to advocate for that if that's what they think is appropriate.
I was going to go to Matthew next, but just before that, maybe Hilda, would you like to maybe just add anything to that? And then I'll come to you.
Tom is very well informed, I would say. We do not know where we will land as far as, first of all, a sustainability assurance standard in the European Union. And then if that would go ahead, if it would be, hopefully, ISSA 5000, that would be used as the basis or the global basis for this. So there are a number of questions. Now, if things go well, it is possible that by the end of the year, that's those discussions, those negotiations between the member states and the parliament are done and dusted. So we don't have to wait for much longer. Now, indeed, whatever will happen will depend on those, legal discussions. Then the Commission has to implement. So there is still a lot of work that needs to be done between the European Commission and the CAOB, the oversight bodies, and hopefully that will be on the basis of the ISSA 5000. That's the position that we at Council Europe have. We have to be honest, and we have within the profession also some that actually are, I would say, a little bit nervous about having a legislator like the European Commission being in charge of not only implementing a standard, but also keeping it up to date. They have, as far as assurance no experience with that. They have on the reporting side, but not on the assurance side. So within our profession in Europe, there are some national standard setters, also some oversight bodies that believe actually it's more agile, it's more flexible if it's not actually via what is called delegated acts. It's a legal instrument that each time you would need to change. So, but there is overall support for going ahead with ISSA 5000 as a global basis. But in our profession, the legislators might think differently. We will see.
And one of the other things to say is like, in our engagement with Europe, we've certainly heard a few questions about 5,000. So one of the things that we're thinking about is putting together an FAQ that would address some of these issues. You know, my favorite topic is it has too many pages, and which seems to be a common, and I keep on saying, well, it had most of the pages are a response to all the questions that people asked us to respond, including the regulatory authorities. But if you look at it down to its essence, ISSA 5000 for limited assurance requirements are less than 30 pages. And that's the reality. And remember, in the world of IFRS, just the number of paragraphs are adopted too. So, but we provide the guidance to help practitioners to apply the standards consistently. So that's underway as well.
So Matthew, then Nicholas, and I understand Nana would like to come in as well.
Thanks. Just a quick question. I think you mentioned that audit evidence and risk response is kind of like the heart of the audit, and so ongoing project on that. It was just the question was kind of what's driving that project? Like what are the problems that you've identified with the standard or with practice related to that standard? What are the unmet needs? And so just then what are the, I guess, what are the objectives there, since I think we're talking here about just such an important part of the audit?
Nicholas, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm sorry I could not be there today. Good morning to everyone. Good afternoon from Greece. I'd just like to add a few things that has been said about Europe. Each member state now has adopted the CSRD and also the audit requirements that they required. In Greece, we have the 3,000 so far, and we are waiting, according to the stop the clock and the other information that we have, that in the future, around 27, 28, they will adopt the 5,000 as the only audit report. And they have said in the stop the clock that they will not go to reasonable assurance, only to limited. So those are the things that we are getting from Europe. We're waiting for the omnibus to be approved by the end of the year. So that is, something that all member states in Europe will follow, and at the end will be something common for the whole of Europe. I would like to add something that Natasha said before about auditors, being in touch with stakeholders and investors. Like in Greece, we have our law, our company law, and our corporate governance law that the auditor has to be at the general shareholders meeting. So if there are questions arising from an investor on the financial statements, he has to say his words. So we don't have to mix, the corporate governance that companies have and listed companies have, which is laws made by jurisdictions, and also, what. Because in Greece, in Europe, not only in Greece, in Europe, the auditor has to speak with the audit committee on the key audit matters. He has to speak on the selection of the auditor. He also has to speak about the non-audit fees, so independence. So all these things are in our law. So I don't know in other countries or in other jurisdictions how that is, but there is a law in place in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Nana wanted to ask a question, but I don't see her on the screen.
I'm here.
Okay, so we just don't see you. But
Okay.
anyway, please go ahead.
Where's my camera? But you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Thanks.
How about now? Okay. Yeah, I also want to second what Natasha just mentioned long ago after many others spoke, and I think definitely there is more need for the investors to talk to auditors and also to understand what auditors are doing and what's the mechanism actually behind this. So this is something actually yesterday there was a new global investor group founded by NBIM and also Japanese regulators. And we had a first meeting yesterday to discuss this very point. So I do believe there is now more and more investors interested in this topic, but I think it's the issue also to find the right group to speak to. But I think overall, I would agree, and I think there's definitely a need for the IASB and ISBA to speak more and also more frequently to investors. It's also some suggestion I made to Gabriela when I met her in July this year. So yeah, so I think that definitely, and for example, for Asia, and I believe elsewhere, it's rare previously to have a discussion between investors and auditors. Now with ACGA and ICGN and many others, I think trying to do this kind of roundtable, including this GIG yesterday, I think it's getting to more and more platforms could provide that kind of services. But it also depends on the commission and also the boards to find these organizations to work with them so that this bridge can be there for investors and the auditors to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. Let's stay online. So Conchita, good evening to you.
Good evening. It's actually 10:54 in the evening where I am, and I would like to express appreciation for all the comments and the replies given. I just have one comment which I believe would be useful to everybody. A lot of discussion had been done with respect to varying situations regarding adoption of standards. And I wonder if we have baseline information on jurisdictions that are challenged to adopt the standards and what could be the reasons. Because to me, it would be alarming if, let's say, standards set and approved, discussed, researched on and approved are apparently meeting challenges for adoption. Not to mention that the comment was earlier said about having varying standards that may lead to confusion. So it would be good information to have baseline information. How many jurisdictions are really adopting the standards without challenges? And then how many have not adopted? I believe what we're doing at the standard setting bodies are good, but it would be good to understand the challenges or why they are not adopted. We don't have what one may call police role because we just generate the standards or something like that. And it is a good thing to have principles-based standards, but we should have baseline information for guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll come back to that. Koichiro, you had your card up earlier. Was that in response to the point that?
So in response to the Natasha's earlier
Right.
comment, and you mentioned some regulators' input is
Yes.
appreciated.
Right.
And so as like some of the other members mentioned, so the corporate governance code has like some addressing like some of the aspect about the like communication of the audit quality from the about audit communication from the audit committee about audit quality, that kind of things. And as Nana mentioned, so yesterday there is a meeting between investors and accounting profession about value of the audit, that kind of things. The meeting was called GIG, Global Investors Group, and investors group expressed the importance of the audit. So I think this kind of like interaction is evolving, and I think this is important area. And I think considering the standard setting by the IWSP and ISVA, the investors' input might be like more important. At the same time, this is a challenging area to gather inputs from the investors. So that is why I think we have to be a little bit patient. Maybe some step-by-step approach is needed. But definitely, as IOSCO, we had a face-to-face meeting in October, earlier in October, and we thought that some of the investors' involvement is important, especially in this current environment. So we have the deregulation trend right now. And in this kind of situation, we have to make sure the investor protection is provided from the audit. And then we have to have a clearer picture what kind of things are important for investors in terms of the auditing. And then we might have some focus on the standard setting area. So getting input from investors is not easy at all, but we have to think about how to approach gathering the inputs from investor. And this kind of communication might enhance the understanding from the investors aspect as well. And definitely, I think this is an important direction. Thank you very much.
I'm conscious of time because we're going to take a break at 11, and we've still got some 10 cards up. So maybe the best thing now is, do you want to respond to anything that we've heard rather than taking on any more questions? We'll take a break and we'll try to sort of speed up. I think we've got some flexibility in the agenda for today, but I think it's very important to hear the views and comments and observations from the SAC. That's exactly what the SAC is here for. So I don't want to sort of curtail the conversations, because I think these are very, very important and relevant topics. So before we break in a minute and a bit, any quick responses?
Yes, Alan, if I may, very quickly on Natasha's point and Nanali point on the investor, and also what we heard from Koichiro. First thing, of course, the importance of the dialogue with our dialogue with stakeholders is absolutely front of mind to us. We do all the efforts that we can, but as you all said, it's very difficult to get feedback from investors, and that's exactly on which we are working. That's the story of the value proposition, and all this is to make clearer the importance of the work that we do and the impact that it can make, so that investors can get more involved. We are eager to have more involvement with and from investors. All these platforms and regulators and IOSCO are crucial to allow us to achieve that. The second topic is back to what Natasha mentioned about the role of the audit committees and the dialogue with the company and stakeholders and the audit committee with the auditor and etc. Of course, a big part of this is outside of our remit as standard setters, as someone said. It's not on us to decide what the audit committee can do, etc. But it is on us, and it is a responsibility that we very much take serious to ensure that the dialogue with the appropriate community is on. We cannot work on silos, and this idea that you are ethics standard setters, so you do ethics standards and don't stop there. It's not enough. So it's also takes a little bit of a mentality and approach change so that we can appropriately engage with the corporate governance community, with the companies, with investors, and etc. Because a few things that we heard here, and that some of you agree that are important in terms of developments of the status quo, takes a collaborative and very engaged work between the standard setters with respect to what we can do and the companies, corporate governance committee, regulators, and etc. And that's the direction that we want to take also with one of the projects that we are now initiating. But well, I could speak about other things, but I'll stop here.
So, Conchita, you asked about baseline information. So we're actively surveying largely through our standard setting partners, but also working closely with IFEA in terms of monitoring adoption of our standards. It's early days about assessing why or why not jurisdictions are doing something. This is why we have these implementation groups here to assist and why we're providing guidance. So it's an active part of our exercise. Matthew, and a number of the questions around investors, we are actually, well, I'm going to turn it over to Veli. We are doing a lot in terms of investor engagement right now. Veli, you could describe that in a little bit of more specificity around our audit evidence risk response.
Thank you, Tom. So on the investor side, our board actually just at our September meeting, our board approved the terms of reference for a user advisory group. So we are busy putting a user advisory group together who will have, and we will have representation from both individual investors as well as institutional investors, as well as investor representative groups. And that will also have the necessary geographical spread. So we hope to have that up and running this quarter so we can kick off an inaugural meeting with that group early in 2026. Then Matthew, on your question about what the driver was for the audit evidence and the risk response project. So this is a little bit of a history lesson, but let me give it a go. So those of you, if you don't remember, let me just inform you that, one of the big projects we completed in our previous strategy and work plan period was revising ISA 315. And that's the standard that deals with the auditor's responsibility to identify and assess risk of material misstatement. And that, I would guess, together with 330, that's sort of the heart of the audit methodology of any audit firm. I think if you've got those two standards with what you have in the 500 series, you basically have 80% of your methodology. So when we finished 315 revised 2019, there was always a strong possibility that in the next strategy period, which is this one we're in now, there would be a need to also look at ISA 330. So we've looked at the risk identification and assessment side, and therefore we also need to look at the risk response side. And the risk response side is really where the auditor decides what procedures do I need to perform in order to respond to the risks that I've assessed so I can get sufficient appropriate audit evidence to reduce risk to an acceptably low level. And there were some needs in terms of the alignment between the two standards. So there was a need to look at that. Especially with the evolution in technology, some questions also came up in terms of what we have in ISA 330 around the categorization of procedures. Is that still applicable? How do we need to think about the categorization of procedures? And then there was, especially from the regulatory community, a strong call for us to look at focusing on internal controls, internal control testing, and that all sits in ISA 330. Now, the other piece of the puzzle is while we were consulting on our strategy and work plan for this strategy period, we already had a project on audit evidence ongoing. And as it worked out, our respondents gave us feedback on the audit evidence project and on our new strategy and work plan. And we soon saw that people were saying, but wait a minute, you should be doing audit evidence together with ISA 330 because the audit evidence standard provides a reference framework. It's an overarching standard. It provides a reference framework for the auditor in making judgments about evidence throughout the audit, whereas 330 focuses, what we call it, is a performance standard. It's the performance aspects, actually designing and performing your procedures. And it would be good if those two things can come together and can be viewed holistically. And that's why at that point the board pivoted and paused the audit evidence project and incorporated it now into the ISA 330 project. And now you've got the audit evidence and risk response project. Thank you.
So we still had a few more cards up. So if I could go to you, Jennifer, first.
Thank you, Alan. Hello, everybody. I just wanted to, now it feels like a very long time ago, respond to the question about, because Tom was looking over here about the large networks and with respect to early adoption of 5,000. I don't want to speak for all networks, but our thinking would be if all parties to the engagement are comfortable using 5,000 and the jurisdiction allows reporting under 5,000, then we don't have any guidance that says our people cannot engage on an engagement to perform and report under 5,000. But I do think, that, and our methodology pre 5,000 was a combination of 3,000 and 3410, even when it wasn't greenhouse gases. So for us, the leap to 5,000 is insignificant anyway. So because you can see where in the early years, we're still working on our guidance and tools and things like that. So it might not be fully finalized, but we could certainly get there. I do think, though, a lot of the dialogue this morning just really centers around that key concept of convergence, and at a minimum coordination, right? If you have to have a base plus or something like that, where because it just creates, a lack of clarity for the users, and I think that we're all sort of collectively worried about that. So the more we can help drive convergence, we're certainly there. With respect to conversations with investors and investor groups, just over the summer as an FYI in New York, ICGN hosted an event and invited the large networks to attend and meet during lunch with whoever wanted to meet with us. There was a space constraint. I found that really helpful. I think ICGN is growing in its activities around bringing auditors to the table with investors and investor groups. The Japan meeting was mentioned. I think that's great too. Again, sort of in a convergence coordination, I think it's great when we can have sort of one way of doing it, just so there's not a lot of confusion about competing groups or competing standard setters or things of that nature. The last thing I just wanted to mention, we were very happy to be invited to an IAASB roundtable recently on technology. I thought that was a great multi-stakeholder opportunity to discuss things that are on the minds of the firms and other constituencies. Hilda was there, James was there, around, in particular, emerging technologies and AI, which we consider to be, a really important topic for the standard setters to continue to focus on as the world of corporate reporting preparation and auditing thereon will only become more and more AI enriched over the short term. So thank you. Just wanted to make those points.
Thanks, Jennifer. Jose?
Thank you very much, Gabriela and Tom, for your presentation this morning. A comment regarding the Standard 5,000. We started to report sustainability information, I think, around 2020, maybe if my memory is not lost. And we have a struggle trying to comply with PRI framework, SASB, IFRS, and so on. There are many, many different frameworks. And for somebody who has to review all of them, as me, is a nightmare. And regarding the 5,000, when I have meetings and conversations with the Big Four, and I did with the 4 of the Big Four, their comprehension, their understanding is different. I also have meetings with the Big 4X in US and a Big 4X in Europe, and they think different. So for us who has to report and who need assistance, I will recommend, if maybe you already did it, are we recommend to sit the Big Four or a Big Five or a Big 10 in a room like this and try to have just one understanding of the standard. And it's going to be easier for the issuers to use the standard, to be working with the auditors in the standard. That's my recommendation.
Thanks, Hilda.
Thank you. I'm a bit like Jennifer. It feels like a long time ago we had our presentation from Tom and Gabriela, and so that's what I wanted to refer to. So thank you very much. And it's good to hear that, or to hear your feedback on using the feedback that you got from us last time. And I had one or two questions, and it was about the pause in standard setting. That's clear, that's much appreciated. And the questions that we get, to which I cannot respond, so that's why I relate them to you, is now what is next and what comes afterwards? Is it then business as usual, or will there be a reconsideration of how standard setting is done? So that's a question to you. And for instance, Gabriela, you referred to simplification in, I think you said, process and product. Is that going forward? Is that also looking back? So it would be good to understand that. And why do those questions come up? And I think there is going to be discussion around use of technology, AI, automation, and audit, and more widely. That's definitely on top of the agenda. There is something else that is very, very high on the agenda of the profession, and it's something that until now we have not very openly talked about, at least not in this forum, and it's about the attractiveness of the profession. And I think we're at a point where previously we thought, well, this is something we have to try to resolve ourselves. And I think we're at a point where we say, no, this is something which we really have to talk about and to see, why are we at the point of having those attractiveness issues and also retention issues within the profession, not just audit more widely, but especially in audit. And, how can we collectively with other stakeholders, and definitely the standard setters or one of the stakeholders, how can we actually overcome those issues or try to find solutions? And I give you an example. So a lot of the Council Europe, we care first and foremost, but not only about Europe. A lot of the countries that we deal with from former Eastern European countries, so they came out of communism 30, 35 years ago, they actually formed a profession at that time, and they have a real enormous body of people that are about to retire. And there are a number of them, they really are at the alarm bell, and they say, well, within 5 years, we will have a tenth of the effective we have now if we look at the pace at which people come in. And so they are really looking at, what is it that we can do? And, every single thing, it's regulation, it's standards, it's many other things, the length it takes to become a member of the profession, many, many, many things are being considered. And that's why I want to put that on the table, because we're in some certain countries, it's 5 to 12 before a real issue will hit on attractiveness. So a few questions for you then, and just wanted to come back on the LCEs. I can share what Klaas said, and we talked about adoption on other matters on the ISA for LCEs in Europe. Unfortunately, the adoption is not going well in your region. In Scandinavia, there is some traction. We're trying to keep track of the adoption. And, well, we asked the question, but our sheet remains eerily empty, as, the number of countries that we here are actually discussing. I mean, between the profession, between national standard setters and between regulators, that they even have a discussion towards to work towards adoption. The list of adoption is extremely short, and that's an issue. We know in Europe, in continental Europe, the COB has expressed itself against the standard. That doesn't help, but it's the issue is to even now get it on the table and to have it discussed. And then the next stage would be adoption, where we are very far away from.
Thank you, Hilda. Do you want any sort of quick responses before we move on?
Happy either way.
Why don't you go then?
So Hilda, we always know that the LTE adoption will vary by areas and jurisdictions. It's no different than IFRS for SMEs when it was taken up. There are other jurisdictions around the globe that are adopting it at pace, and India being one of the biggest ones now underway, but New Zealand is an adopter. Many in Latin America are adopting the standards. And it'll be there for those who want to adopt it. And my guess is there'll be a first wave of early adopters. There's going to be another wave of entities, countries, and jurisdictions that are waiting and seeing. And there's others that would say there's never going to be a chance that we're going to adopt. I personally don't accept the criticism of the standard that some would say that it's a lower quality, etc. It's appropriate for the facts and circumstances of that particular audit, but we leave it to the jurisdictions to make that choice. Another thing to say, towards the attractiveness of the profession, of course, we as standard setters have that in the back of our mind, though it's not our specific remit, and happy to be part of any discussion. What we're concerned about is the relevance of our standards setting to trust and audit and assurance from my side. I'm sure Gabriela's ethics as well. And I first of all believe that high quality standards will create a profession that's respected. Having a respected profession is a key to all of this. Making sure your standards are focusing on issues that matter. And that's partly, I can't imagine standard setting process that doesn't address the innovation stemming from technology being one that would be modern enough to attract people. So that's just partly why we're here. But again, I'm happy to have those discussions. That's what motivates me. We're not writing standards for standards' sake whatsoever. What comes after the pause, and I'll speak for our board, Gabriela probably will speak for hers. Well, I don't think let's not think about, again, I said this earlier today, it's not that we're pausing our work. We're pausing the approval of standards while we work on other matters. And so we'll continue to focus with the input of bodies like this on the topics that matter most to the future of the profession. And we'll have a survey, part of our strategy work plan we'll talk about shortly, that keeps us focuses on future looking topics. I think we've modernized the way that we've set our standards over the last 6 years. Like it used to be we're going to write an exposure draft, we get input, we do an occasional roundtable. We're getting constant input all the time, working in real time, sort of on a lean approach to standards, agile lean approach to standard setting. We will continue to do that on topics that matter, and we are always conscious of the burden that we're putting out profession. So I think we'll continue to work very much in the same way that we've been committed to, with intensive outreach, meeting people where they want to be met. So Gabriela, you want to come in on that?
Yes, I'm not going to repeat anything you said, which applies exactly the same way to what we are doing in our approach, but I'd like just to respond to Hilda on her challenge, about how is it going to look like in the future? What's the approach going forward after we pause for some time? And your question is everything going to be the same as it is in some time now, and of course not. This is an evolutionary approach to our strategy and our work. We want to make things differently. The fact that we committed to pause for some time in standard setting does also mean that we will take this time, and we are already taking this time to understand how we can work better in a more effective way, in a more collaborative way, and in a way that the standards are more relevant and more accessible. This idea of simplification does not mean deregulation or whatever. It can mean anything, but the simplification is really an objective of simplifying the process, the way we engage, the way we develop the standards, and of course, if possible, simplify language, presentation, and these kind of things. We have some ideas, and you questioned about the past. Are we planning to do something about what already exists? We have some ideas, Hilda. They are not mature yet enough. It's what we call the low-hanging fruit, probably some kind of developments or initiatives that we can take to make what already exists a little bit more accessible in terms of how we present the code, how the code is usable, and etc. But definitely the idea is that we will be taking this time to understand how we can work better. Secondly, and also building on what Tom commented, we are not going on holidays, and we did not go on holidays actually this year. But there are a few things that I did not mention in my update, but we are working significantly on topics which do not involve projects or standard setting. And I'm going to give you two examples. It's private equity. We have issued a staff alert by the end of July, if I don't, July, I think it was, which had an incredible impact. It's already the third most downloaded document ever in our website. Just for you to see the impact that it created in 2 months or 3 months after it has been released. But also technology, we are thinking very carefully about how to promote and use the standards that we already have. So sometimes people say, we heard it at the last SAC meeting, someone saying, you should work on technology. We are working on technology, but we issued standards 2 years ago. So, I mean, it's not the time to start probably a new project. Of course, if anything comes to our plate that we realize that we need to do something, we will do it, but it's not the time for that. The time is to take the standards and the incredible amount of work that we did in thought leadership and etc., and use it appropriately in face of the challenges, the new challenges. We are testing if the standards are still fit for purpose with the new challenges being brought up by artificial intelligence and these things. So we are working on a lot of other areas, which does not mean that we are working on standards for the time being. So the short answer is no, nothing's going to be the same. But we don't know exactly how this is going to look like.
Thanks. So Chikato, you've been very patient.
Thank you. First of all, I really like to appreciate all the work two boards have done. And then thank you for the progress and update report, and then also all the work done by the board staff and leadership by Gabriela, Tom, and Alan. I think I was thinking about the first meeting I attended 18 months ago. And then comparing with that meeting we had, I think, we made a really tremendous progress, strategic focus on the work, and also very strong outreach and engagement with stakeholders. So thank you so much. I'd like to talk just 2 points. One is something that Hilda and other people also discussed is the ISSA 5000 Sustainability Assurance Standard to be adopted by EU, or at least like in a very strong alignment between ISA 5000 and EU assurance standard. We discussed this, in the last meeting back in May. And then back then I was supporting that idea strongly, but looking back, I think, at the more like intellectual and conceptual level for me. But then this year, I'm coming from a financial firm, financial industry, and I am a CSO. So I've been talking a lot, my counterparts among EU, UK, US banks. And then I've been also talking to our investors, both in Europe and US. So what I am really sensing is that given the challenges and the difficulties related to the sustainability work in the US, what I really see is the emerging very strong leadership within EU and UK and then Europe, basically showing best practices, and then basically like kind of bringing sustainability forward, not only in the disclosure areas but many different areas. So if we don't have a strong alignment between EU standard, assurance standard, and the ISSA 5000, I think we would see a lot more fragmentation, not only like with the EU, but then maybe in other regions as well. So I really like to now, I'm more like kind of a feeling from the ground, of the practices and the people that it's a kind of imperative that we work on that alignment. And then my question is that are there anything that SAC member could do to help that alignment become true? And then the next one thing is the again some kind of a coordination between ISA 5000 and then other similar standards. I think that was mentioned by Jen Hua earlier. And for instance, I think kind of, we all aware that when IFARS created ISSB, what ISSB started to do was the working on consolidation, integration of similar entities. Right now, SASB is part of ISSB. There's a strong, alignment with GRI. IIRC was a part of the SASB, I believe. So instead of having multiple global standards, ISSB has been really working on trying to have a either one standard or the very strong alignment. So maybe this is something we can do as a part of implementation work to create alignment or the kind of try to really consolidate the work with other standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicole?
Yes, I briefly wanted to come back to the point Hilda raised, meaning attractiveness of the profession, which I also discover from two perspectives. One in my role as full professor teaching auditing classes, and the other role as examiner in the German CPA exam. And Germany is a country that also has this problem. So we have many, how do I say it, people that retire soon. I think this was the formulation Hilda used, and it's a good one. And we do not have enough young people that will enter the profession, even considering that due to the use of digital tools, AI, whatever, maybe less people will be needed in the auditing profession. But now the positive point, 2 years ago, I think there were really few people in my auditing classes, and from talking to colleagues from other universities and other cities across the German country, at least, I know that some even closed their auditing classes, but now, and I think there are two developments that help in this regard. The first one is a bad development from a macro perspective point of view, but recession or a bad economic development helps the audit industry, because you always have a certain demand on audit, as audit is required for certain firms. And the second one is, at least for German specific people who want to join the audit industry, that the CPA exam in Germany is now in modules. So you can take in 1 year, for instance, the legal part of the exam, then 1 year later you can do the audit specific part of the exam, and before it was all in a row, which the people don't want it to do anymore. Yeah, this just as a quick comment to the point that was raised.
Thanks, Nicole. Vasiliki?
Thank you very much. Just quickly to underline, firstly, appreciation for all the work that the boards have done. It is good to hear that a lot of the comments have been addressed and fed back on quite comprehensively, so we appreciate that. Tom mentioned the importance of high quality standards, and I think that is really, really critical to ensure that they are adopted and implemented as far as possible across jurisdictions, because otherwise we end up with this fragmentation and the issues that we sometimes have. So I think just to reach out and again to comment on what Jen said, with the profession is very appreciative of invites to sit at these round tables, and there are a lot of experts that are there sitting willing to assist and wanting to assist. So please do, where there are resource issues as well, use them.
Doug, you've been very patient.
Thanks. A few comments. Firstly, on 5,000, just to follow up, yeah, support the framework, neutral approach, and obviously there needs to be a focus on Europe and uptake there. And also do appreciate work that's been done for the ISSB standards on some illustrative assurance reports. There's a difficult balance here because we want principles-based standards rather than rules, and I agree with Tom, we don't necessarily need a standard for S3, S4, whatever. But there is one area which is, yeah, I guess, challenging. And in the context, by the way, we'll prepare national guidance under the local reporting framework. I think that's necessary. But materiality is a particular issue. And I know there's an FAQ being developed. I'm not entirely sure the scope of the FAQ, I must admit. But I think we have a particular challenge in disconnects between the reporting frameworks and assurance, because in Europe it's more, in a sense, social based, whereas ISSB is much more investor based, and that affects how you approach materiality. And without going into all the technical details, 5,000 doesn't necessarily accommodate both frameworks. So that's something I think needs to be thought about a bit further. I thought I'd throw in a comment for Tom on LCEs. I'm on both the Australian board and the New Zealand board. And you can have different circumstances in different jurisdictions. So I voted against LCEs in Australia and for it in New Zealand. So, but that's simply because different environments and different, auditors and companies and everything else. I guess a couple of things on two specific projects. Really grateful for the work that's being done on sampling and also around 2410. They're great projects, and I know things need to be prioritised, and there's very important work being done on both of those. Just to say longer term, there's probably some additional areas that could be covered, particularly around determining sample sizes. That's a hard one. And also we touched on, well, what is limited assurance and what are reviews? But I do appreciate the need to prioritise, but I thought I'd throw those ones in as well, and grateful for the work that's being done on important areas on both those projects.
Stephen?
Thank you. So just quickly building upon some of the previous comments from the investor perspective, I would be curious here, again, how the standard setting boards are addressing specifically emerging issues. And just I'll give a great example, the explosive growth of digital assets and crypto. And at least in the US, the regulatory relaxation being more sort of innovation friendly and accommodating of that industry. So, how are the boards thinking about guidance on financial reporting requirements in this space? How comfortable are you with the audit profession's readiness? And when I say readiness, technical readiness, having the right human capital here, because this asset class is growing probably at one of the bigger rates relative to other asset classes in the industry. So again, how would you, what is the state of reaction here in supporting the investor base here in terms of innovation going forward?
Just take one more. Yeah, Toshimitsu, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for great achievement from two boards. Please let me leave just two general comments, both related to ISBA.
I ask you to speak closer to the mic. I just, thank you.
First one is about private equity in accounting. Although it is still early stage, I'd like to know the thought of ISBA at this moment, if it's possible. By the way, although I really understand the listed concerns, I am not against this trend at all. PE funds which invest in audit firms should have understanding of public interest in audit field. The second one is about firm culture and governance project. I totally agree to the direction that ISBA viewpoints will be principle-based. If those viewpoints are established finally, corporates from all countries will eagerly use them as references. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Ashley, a late card.
Sorry,
No problem.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to follow up on Stephen's comment. I had raised in May the digital assets issue and how this is becoming more pervasive in the industry. And between May and October, I think the growth has been exponential, especially in the US with the passage of regulation, legitimizing this asset class. There is a lot more institutional interest in this area and growth. And I will say just yesterday, I was at another conference focused on digital assets accounting, and the audit readiness was a big concern. Our auditors prepared, our standards adequate in this area. So I wholeheartedly agree with the remarks from Stephen, and the remarks from May are continuing.
Thank you, Ashley. So, Tom, Gabriella.
Yes, I can go first. Starting with these questions about how are we addressing innovation in our work. We are absolutely committed to follow the developments in the landscape and in the environment, and try to understand if there is anything more that we can do. So digital assets like technology, like AI, like all those things are on our radar. We both have working groups on technology, which of course include all these topics, with reference people, people from the market and from the audit profession who bring us all the information, hopefully, that we need. This said, in terms of the readiness of the profession, specifically on that topic, I would say that at least on our side, from the ISBA perspective, we have our principles, fundamental principles. One of them is competence. Of course, we don't say that auditors or accountants have to be competent on sustainability or digital assets or AI. They have to be competent. And that brings a lot of obligations and duties for the professionals who have to make sure that they are ready to take on the task. Of course, this takes a lot of training. This takes probably some changes or adaptations from the PAOs, from the profession, to address the need for additional training and additional tests or whatever. But that principle is an evergreen principle, which hopefully is resistant to the developments. Of course, we can issue some kind of warning specifically in that respect, like we have done in other areas. That hasn't come to our to our plans yet, but that's I think that we are well equipped, that the code is well equipped in terms of the fundamental principles, the conceptual framework, and etc., to face those developments. This is one thing. The other one on private equity investment. Well, we, as you know, issued that staff alert 2 or 3 months ago, we are not pro or against, and it's not our role to be pro or against. We see some benefits and opportunities, namely related to the capacity, financial capacity that this builds for the firms to face the technological challenges, but also some governance adaptations and etc. So there are benefits, but there are some threats or risks as well, namely from the ethical and independence perspective. And that's what we did. We tried to understand, identify which threats, which risks this private equity investment raises or can raise, and demonstrate how the code should apply to mitigate or eliminate those risks. For the time being, we don't think that we are required to do more than this. More and more means standards, specific standards. It's from what we have seen until now, the code again equips the profession appropriately to deal with these topics. The question is whether if the firms are aware of the duties, of the risks, and of the duties that are on them to deal with these new circumstances. Now, we haven't seen everything because private equity has not yet matured to the third phase, which is the exit phase. New risks, new threats, new problems may arise when we start seeing them going out, exiting, but that we will keep attentive. And this is the fact that we issued a staff alert doesn't mean that we have stopped working on this. On the contrary, this is the start, not the end of our work. On FCG, I'll respond later if you don't mind when we address that topic.
Tom, do you want to come back on?
There are a number of points that have been raised. Doug, you raised the question of materiality. It's like, I don't know, Josephine, you want to describe what we're trying to do in terms of materiality, but we're working on guidance right now, and I don't know there's much more to say. And your point about the LCE standard and working in different environments, and I think that's precisely the point I've made, is like we have to accept that there'll be different take-up rates. But there are many jurisdictions where statutory audits are required down to the very smallest, and there's some jurisdictions that it's not required, and that's probably the biggest driver in terms of adoption rates. Remember, we're very clear about who can apply the LCE standard or not. This is not the world of publicly traded entities. This is about small, not complex entities at all. There was questions about crypto. Like, first of all, we're actively monitoring emerging tech. We have an active matrix of things where we prioritize points. I'm with you. I think this is probably a place that we as a board will have to act to provide some guidance. I think the standards themselves probably provide the framework to build off of, but we've done this in the past. We did it around COVID-related activities, COVID events. We've done it related to greenhouse gas emissions as it relates to audit-related matters. I think we could do it. You know, what we're dealing with is a very resource-constrained environment, though, and so we need more resources as a board, or we need more expertise, which goes to a mention that I said earlier, is that we're also considering new mechanisms to bring practical market expertise to bear to help us in formulating maybe some guidance and other activities to deal with rapidly moving innovation. Look, about 5,000 EU and other frameworks. Okay, we're working as closely as we can with EU stakeholders to try to be clear about what we're doing, the value of 5,000 as a baseline approach in Europe. Remember, you could top up our standards for specific circumstances. I think that's totally part of what's happening. And that is our hope. We've worked closely with other reporting standard setters, so whether it's EFRAG, ISSB, and others. And so that will be continually our mantra. Again, in terms of other assurance standards, I point out the situation that we have today. We're engaging with others. We believe that 5,000 stands on its own. And remember, most of the other work is derivative of ours. So I think there's probably a high degree of convergence, but we're not directly opining upon whether they're interoperable or not. I think that responds to everything that I've heard. I got the point where I spoke to attractiveness earlier.
Thanks. Hina, I know it's getting late. It must be after 9 o'clock your time. So do you want to sort of come in, and then I'll probably give the last rights to. Oh no, I got Sue as well. Right. Okay. Hina, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll not take much time. I just agree with, first of all, thank you for the update. And I agree with their approach. And it is encouraging to note that a gap is being provided for issuing new standards. That's quite encouraging. And along with the plans to release new guidance material. And I also good to see that great emphasis on collaboration, a collaborative approach. So I appreciate that, and I'm sure this is going to help achieving the implementation process smoothly. One suggestion I would like to make is that while extensive stakeholder engagement is already being undertaken by both the boards, establishing direct communication with their respective auditing and ethics standards boards, right? Each PAO has their audit and ethics boards or committees. That will be, I feel, will be highly beneficial. These boards comprise members from across jurisdictions and who possess significant experience in relevant fields. So such direct interaction, I believe, would help convey messages more clearly, provide first-hand feedback for effective implementation, and so on. So just to update on the development in our jurisdiction, a lot of work is being done. And recently, our POA has approved the adoption of IAAS 5000 and ethics standards for sustainability assurance, including international independence standards. However, no significant progress is made on LCE so far. A small question, as Hilda also pointed out, I also have that since no new standards and we see a gap and a pause and kind of a standard setting process for some time, do we anticipate that the current standards for projects like firm culture and private equity will also be finalized around 2028, or this process will continue? I also agree with the simplification question which Hilda raised, and I think Gabriela has answered well, and I've noted that. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Sue.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to mention, and this is really in response to the conversations around digital assets and alternative practice structures and maybe just emerging issues in general, that I know that a lot of work is going on in a lot of jurisdictions around the world on a lot of emerging issues. And I know that the standard setting boards, I know you guys are all aware of this and you're leveraging it, which is great. And so, you know, an example would be Gabriella alternative practice structures. You know, that is not new in the United States. And we've done significant work over the years on that topic. And I think the paper that you issued is very aligned with the principles and the work that has been done here in the United States. Digital assets is just another one. You know, this came about, I guess there was real opportunity in this space with the first Trump administration. And so we've had a working group for, I don't know, the last 7 or 8 years where the work has ebbed and flowed based on the opportunity. But we've always worked with the FASB from an accounting perspective and as well as the SEC and the Auditing Standards Board and PCAOB from an auditing perspective. So there's a lot of really good work that's been done. And I know there's good work in other jurisdictions that I think everybody's happy to share and is leverageable by IAASB and IASBA. So just a thought. I mean, I know you guys are aware of that, but I wanted the rest of the SAC members to be aware of that. Thank you.
So that's a great idea. Stephen.
Yes,
The last dip.
Just quickly on the topic of digital assets, and Ashley, thank you for your comments, and Gabriella and Tom, and for your recognition of it. My only slight caution here, and I apologize if I misinterpreted it, I would be careful not to lump it under the wider umbrella of technology. And yes, there's obvious connectivity with technology here, but the asset class is so broad and growing that it needs its own sort of separate work stream and attention, and happy to help in any way.
Yeah, it's clear that it's a discrete topic in my mind. It's not part of our broader technology initiative, but it's, to me, for a long time, it was, you see a number of jurisdictions dealing with it. Well, we don't tend to take up a topic until there's like a global mass. And I think we're at the tipping point now because of regulatory changes in major economies. So like that's what drives me to think that we may need to do something pretty quickly in this regard. And we certainly would leverage, it's not just the US, Canada, and others have already been like, we don't want to reinvent the wheel here. The quicker you could leverage other stuff, the better.
That was a long session, but thank you so much, for everyone, for excellent engagement, and thanks to the SSB chairs and to the vice chair for responding so well. I think you now have some additional material that you would like to share with the SAC members. So, Tom, do you kick off?
I don't know. We sort of touched upon this already about the feedback, and I'm not sure that we need to go into great detail again. In your agenda paper, one, it talks about the many different ways we've responded to your input over from the last three sessions, and we're sort of thematically gathered along what this slide shows. So I'm not going to restate it unless someone really wants me to go. I'm going to assume the paper has been read, and I'm happy to comment on specific items that you say, well, we didn't quite get right, or we're missing something, but I'll respect the time here. Exactly. So here we are. Are there any other strategic themes that we should reflect upon, and any future themes as well? So I'll do that. Now I'm going to hand it over to Gabriella.
Thank you very much. We just want to give you a little bit of information about some outreach on the one hand, and some information about the thoughts that we have been putting on some feedback that we received. There is a mention here to the IFEA Paris Summit. Of course, we spoke about that in May, so I'm not going to spend much time on it. But by the time it had just happened, so we did not have time to process the feedback and the conversation in a very structured way. That's what you have here. Is that the key takeaways that we are already including in our strategic thinking, in our strategic adjustments? It's that there was space and room for enhanced coordination between the different parts of the system, that we all need to continue to work on transparency and effectiveness of the due process, which we are also being responsive to. And I talked about the developments in our strategic thinking, the SMART, and etc., and a more active engagement with the monitoring group and PIOB in terms of monitoring the implementation of the monitoring group recommendations, which is being done, well, not only by the two boards, but by the governance structure as well. So this is mostly what resulted from that summit. There is a plan to maybe call for another summit by the end of 2026, 2027. We'll see how the world will look like by that time. But this is definitely feedback that we are incorporating also in our strategic approach and our refreshed strategy and work plan that we decided in June. Now, more recently, the IESBA board met in Lisbon. Our two boards are deemed to meet outside New York once a year. 1 year it's the IWSP, the other year it's the IESBA. For budget reasons, this year it was our time, so we decided to have that meeting in Lisbon and take the opportunity to organize a conference, which started to be, the plan was to be, well, slightly small thing that grew by its own initiative because the adherence and the impact was such that then it became something bigger and that we had expected initially. I'm happy to just to report that, the facts about the conference. I think that the topics selected for the conference raised, I'm sure, raised a lot of interest because it showed, I think, in a very practical way what ethics and independence in accounting means and is relevant for. If you think about all the discussion in this context of regulatory shifts and market transformation, culture and governance, which is what comes next in our agenda, private equity that I have already mentioned, technology, also the role of accounting profession in fighting financial crime, addressing topics like the ethics standards on tax planning, but also the no-CLAR that we have discussed here. So I think that that made very clear to some people to whom this idea of ethics and independence was still a little bit blurred. It made clear how concrete this is and what the value that this can provide. The number of participants was not expected, I must say, but it was really huge, as you can see there. We had I think 47 jurisdictions in person in the room, people coming from all over and at a very high level, and it created a lot of impact, interest, and calls for the second conference to be organized, which we'll see how and when and we can do, but for sure we will make the best for that to happen. What I wanted to conclude more than reporting on the conference itself, well, the speakers, I don't know if you have seen, but they were very diverse. We had the profession represented at all the IFAC, Accountancy Europe, IFAC CEO, Accountancy Europe president. We had the four big fours and one of the mid-tier with representatives also there, ACCA represented at the board level. But then we had regulators, IOSCO, Jean-Paul Servet, the chair of Jean-Paul Servet, the European Commissioner for Financial Services, the Minister of Finance, and then board members from the ESMA, so really diverse, even a European public prosecutor, etc. So we made a point to have a very diverse composition on the panels, so that the chair of CAOB, I was forgetting, but a very diverse composition, so that the conversations might really bring the different perspectives. What was really remarkable was the interest, the appetite that these kind of conversations showed that exists. So everyone wanted to comment and discuss and etc. And that just reinforces and reassures us of the importance of ethics and independence in the context that we are living now. So this was just an update. I think that I could pause here just to see if there is any question about this very quick report about these two topics. Otherwise, Alan, I don't know.
No, I attended and I was on one of the panels. I must say, I fully agree with you. I think it was a very relevant time to be bringing such a wide group of people together to discuss such an important topic. And I was, I see, and Natasha's got her hand up. Beyond just the audit, profession, it was also in terms of ethics and, ethical behavior. It was very important that we had a session that brought in, the corporate sector, those charged with governance, etc., to make sure that they play an important role. And I think that plays to, some of the points that Natasha made earlier. So maybe at this point, I see Natasha's got a hand up, so let me just hand over to you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for the summary. I was going to pick up on just that point, if I may, Gabriela. I mean, to understand also the level of participation from investors, it would be good to understand that. And Alan's point from audit committees, did you get a good level of participation from audit committees as well? And then finally, it sounds like it was a really good discussion, but were there any key action points or areas that you came out sort of saying that, we really need to do some work on this to make sure that we're reinforcing independence and ethics in these times.
Yes, Linda, do you want to?
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot, Linda, but given that you were the sort of mistress of ceremony and you pulled it all together brilliantly, you might also want to just reflect on what you took out of that.
I was actually taking notes on some of the things that Natasha was saying. So please, if there's anything I don't cover, let me know. I'm happy for Rui to add in as well. But as far as the investor representation and I think the audit committees, when we were developing the invitation list and even the speaker list, we wanted to go far and wide. So we wanted to make sure that obviously there was a lot of jurisdictional representation, that there was also a lot of professional representation in the different arenas. So I would say that yes, we have. I think we did a good job in that area. I think you pointed out, have there been actions taken from that? I think we're certainly working on that, and it's going to help inform how we go forward, Natasha. But there's been a lot of discussion around this table about the need to engage with investors and with those charged with governance. And so the more that we can do that, the better. So we are using the IESBA conference as an opportunity and a platform to engage with investors. I don't know if there was anything else you wanted me to cover.
No, I think it was it, Linda. And first, Alan, sorry for not mentioning you. Sometimes when people are so close that we forget to mention that Alan was there as a speaker, the chair of the SAC, but also an audit committee member, right? So I think that Alan was there in many hats, and one of them was with his experience, and it was exactly why Alan was speaking on the panel on fund culture and governance, because we wanted someone from the audit committee, corporate governance side to be there sitting. Unfortunately, Natasha, we invited one or two representatives from investors who could not make it. So it was not possible to have direct representatives from investors. But of course, we had, for instance, IOSCO. It's not an investor representative, but it has a lot of knowledge and focused on investor protection, of course, and some regulators as well. So it was not possible to have investors as such. But it's not that we didn't try. And again, it's this difficulty to reach out to investors and have a real positive response. So I think that's it.
If I may, Gabriela, and I'm also one of those investors that wasn't able to go, so I'm sorry about that. But this is a real, I mean, you had 750 people or so, and not to have investors as a big component of that is clearly a problem. It's not one of your creation, obviously. I think actually my issue with my peers is that they're not engaging with this sufficiently. But I do wonder whether there's an opportunity to leverage the interest from all the sustainability assurance, where you are getting investors, often for the first time, familiarizing themselves with assurance and audit and these concepts and the need for independence and et cetera. And it may be a route to building a broader investor constituency that is interested in audit more generally. And that might be something that could be worked on. Thank you.
Let me just correct something that I said. I was mentioning the ones who were there speaking, there were the 25 people or so that were speakers, but among the 750 more people that were attending, of course, there were many investor representatives from asset management, even in the room, participating, attending, but not as speakers. It was not possible to have the right people in the panels. Of course, this is something that we never forget and try as much as possible. It is in our interest, and that's what we work for. But thank you for raising it again. And it's of course going to be subject to our more efforts if there will be and when there will be the second ISBA conference.
So I'm just looking to the two chairs. Have you got anything else to share? Yes. Yeah. FCG, yeah.
So
Sorry, Yanni, sorry.
Sorry, thanks for that summit, which was very useful, very helpful. But I'm thinking, and I just want to ask this, in your assessment, do you think one day is adequate enough for all the issues to be discussed? Because ethics summit, to my mind, cuts across a lot of issues and people would want to exhaust discussions in several issues and topics. I'm thinking one day, I may be wrong, it's not sufficient enough to do justice to such a program that doesn't hold regularly. So I don't know what you are thinking about that for future planning. Thank you.
Well, I'm very happy about that comment because it again reinforces the conviction that there is a lot of interest. Of course, we need to balance our capacity and our resources and the dream or the wish of having something more. Let me just tell you that it started being by one morning conference and then it expanded. And there was a moment where we did not have time for coffee breaks. We needed to cut coffee breaks to put some panels on the time of the coffee breaks. That's what's possible. But of course, yes, with some support because, we cannot do everything alone. We don't have that capacity, but with some support, maybe we can think about doing something more than this. And hopefully this will become a routine every some years, I don't know, and we will start thinking about with whom we can partner to make this even stronger. And we heard something during the coffee break exactly in the same with the same sense. Thank you. So Tom?
Sure. Thank you. So we're in 2025. So it makes sense that we're planning for a strategy that ends in 2031. I guess that shows you how forward looking we are as a board. But in seriousness, partly what we view the strategy and work plan process of both boards is an opportunity to engage with key stakeholders on what our future priorities are and where we should be focusing our attention and maybe identifying issues that may not be on our radar screen, some of which we were talking about here today. One of the things that we're in the process of dealing with at the advice of this board is like, could the two boards ensure more integrated approaches at earlier stages in the prioritizations of work plans, and using the strategy work plan as an approach to do it. And the first way we're going to do is, in terms of gathering input, is work jointly together in developing a stakeholder survey, which will give an opportunity for interested parties to input to us on where they see the progress of the board today relative to their strategy. First, where they see the progress of the boards today relative to their value proposition. Where do they see the progress of the boards today relative to their existing strategy and work plan? Helping to define what good would look like at the end of 31, recognizing that no one has a crystal ball. But also then sort of identifying where they see the trends emerging that we as a board need to address if we're to remain the preeminent global standard setting bodies for audit, assurance, quality management, and ethics and independence. So that is what this exercise meant to do. Now, what's going to be in the survey? Not ready to tell you yet because we don't know. Exactly. We're working on it right now. In fact, we just met yesterday with the teams to discuss this. The boards will be under development. And just giving you a sense of the timetable, this may slip a little. This is our current estimate, but this is our approach to our strategy and work plan development. So our hope is by the early first quarter of next year to launch this survey, that we'll begin use that for further dialogue. Certainly this group needs to be heavily engaged in our strategy discussions, being a strategic forum, and then approval of the strategy and work plans by the end of 2027 or early 2028 to govern that timeframe. And then I will be a very interested observer to see how we're doing in 2031, because I will no longer be at this point table. But certainly hope we put us on the right path to maintain our position in the marketplace. Certainly, we would invite any advice that you have to the two boards in constructing a survey. The way we've been thinking about it is a little bit of an ability of open-ended questions to elicit input, but then you could do some close-ended questions where we force some rankings of some options before you, using sort of traditional survey techniques. You know, as I said, what I see these surveys and get these results is sort of the qualitative information is really important, because you'll find nuggets that you weren't expecting, and it will drive our thinking going forward. So I'll pause here, see if anyone has any comments. But the key points, joint efforts at the outset, really an effort to get input, to drive our thinking, a desire to find what trends we should be responding to, both from a broad audit and ethics perspective, but also from an environmental and operating perspective as well.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick one. When drafting your survey, are you going to give an indication of the amount of resources available for the work plan in the upcoming years? Because if you compare it to other surveys I've seen from other standard setters, to give kind of rough indication how much resources is available, and then it's up to your priorities, of course. But otherwise, you might get a long list, a wish list, and then you have to go back and start to think about that. So I think it is helpful for stakeholders to give at least a rough indication of what, for example, if you're going to start a new project, how much resource would that take, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just a brief observation.
Nicole?
Yeah, some quick comments to the concept of how you could conduct the survey. So I was thinking about that, and at least knowing a little bit of survey research, what would be good and what would be bad. So I definitely think you should have questions in which you mention the topics that were already raised. So the trends from this group, but from other activities you did, roundtables, ranking those topics on a Likert scale, with having maybe no neutral point, because if you have meaning if you have an unequal number and you have a neutral point, people tend to use this neutral point to a large amount, because then you don't have to say more agree or less agree. So it's easier without having a neutral point. If you want to have a clear opinion on that, then I would add, in addition to this specific topics, open questions, as you already said. And what is helpful that you get answers to the open question is you might have some letter that comes with the survey, or email text, or I don't know how you want to distribute the survey. Then in this letter, really actively mentioning that you appreciate the opinions of different stakeholders. So it's so easily said, but it really helps if you write that in the letter that comes with the survey. So I don't mean letter literally, it can be an email, text, or whatever it may be. Yeah, these were the 3 points I wanted to raise.
Thanks, Dr. Bello.
All right, thank you so much. And once again, apologies to all for my late coming because I arrived last night after 22 hours flight, so it's not easy for me. First, I would like to use this opportunity to once again commend the airports of both chairs for the transformation. I've been in the CAG, now in SAC, so I've seen the transformation over the years of these two boards. It's really impressive. Now, on the issue of this strategic work plan, I think the comments from Klaus is very, very important. You always have to tie your strategic work plan with your resource envelope. Otherwise, you'll end up having so much that you cannot be able to chew or you cannot be able to accommodate. And then in that case, it backfires. The industry will feel disappointed that you are not, they give you feedback, you are not able to take on board their feedback. And in terms of the survey, based on my experience, I think close-ended questions for SSBs is always preferred. But I mean, as the professor here has mentioned, it's always important to add an opportunity, to give opportunity for open-ended questions. But you can come with the ranking. I think I strongly recommend that you have this set of questionnaires for specific stakeholders or group of respondents. The questions, the way they will approach the answers or the response are totally different. So you may end up having different set of survey questionnaires targeted to different group of respondents, and then you need to show them that you have a path in accordance with your strategic objectives and strategic work plan. These are the areas that you think that you will have to focus on. And I think most importantly, the feedback that you will get from conferences, from meetings, and then from engagement with other industry stakeholders will give you the opportunity to crystallize the kind of questions that you are sending down to the industry in terms of the trend. And then finally, I think the design of the questionnaires for industry has to be different from that of the academic. Is really focused for the SSBs. It has to be very precise and policy link kind of questions that are being designed. So the team that are to design the questions, there should be some kind of from the secretariat or from the two boards, and then later on you have some independent body to scrutinize and then give you some kind of appraisal of some of these survey questions. Thank you.
Matthew?
Thanks. Yeah, on the survey, so we've at CFA Institute, we've been responding to agenda consultations and stuff like that for with our financial reporting, audit. So we'll do it here. Happy to take part in it. I guess I think that, and I want to make it sound like I'm against like surveys or listening or stakeholder engagement, because it's like being against like apple pie or whatever. But I think that you're going to kind of get everyone's pet project. And so, and largely who you're going to hear from are firms and, some national standards setters and some regulators. So you're also, and then the form of the survey, I think, is going to be very biased, just in terms of the selection bias you're going to get. So I think you should do it. I think you should listen to maybe the kind of extremes. Like if you notice that there's like a lot of people saying the same thing about something or not saying something or saying not to do X, like maybe that's then interesting. But I think maybe I just look at the broad strokes. I think I would advise or leaning more on whether it's perhaps from IFEA or a similar body in terms of trying to get direct information on what are the shortcomings today, what are the failures, maybe looking at frauds, audit failures, et cetera, and seeing what are the problems that exist out there. Sort of like, I guess, if you were like an airline policymaker, you'd look at like plane crashes types of things. So I think that's what I would probably be leaning more on rather than purely, I guess, having this drive your agenda. So I think it's an important thing. You should do it, but I think that you should lean on what are the look more towards what are the problems, weaknesses, or shortcomings that are out there in practice. What are the failures that are happening, and then also look at your principles. So I think in some cases, like lead a little more than listen.
Thanks, Matthew. Good afternoon, Isabel.
Yes, good afternoon, and apologies for not being able to be physically with you. I agree with what previous speakers have said, but I wanted to complement what Klaus said, because what I find useful, for instance, in the context of the IFRS Advisory Council is they sort of take a step back and say, okay, over the last years, we've spent so much time on new standard setting, so much time on implementation, and so much time on research and whatever. And so it would be useful to also have that, because those are also types of activities that you're carrying out, and to see whether the balance is right. That could also help you assess then, how to best take on board the various trends that you might get through this. Thank you.
Thanks, Isabel. Koichiro?
Thank you very much. I think it is important to have the clear objective of gathering the comments from some target stakeholders, such as the investors or preparers, and or also the audit committee members. I think it's very important to differentiate questions. In addition, maybe some of the background information needs to be provided, considering the difference in the understanding of the audit specific technical area. So maybe, for example, for the investors, in addition to asking questions, maybe clear explanation about what we are talking about, and some basic information about auditing. This kind of additional information might help to gather comments from the investors and also maybe audit committee members. And also, we are really interested in enhancing the audit quality aspect. And for example, the digital transformation is very important trend, not only for the profession, but also investors or preparers as well. So how preparers prepare the financial statements are changing right now. And it is important for IWSP or ISBA to fully understand what is happening in preparers' practice in relation to the digital transformation. That will help. What is the implication for the internal control, and what can be the implication for the audit quality? And the same thing can be said to the investors. How investors consume financial reporting can be also changing. That can also affect the auditing standard setting as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Koichiro. Javier?
Yeah, actually, I think I want to underline what Kuramuchi-san right now said, and Matthew, on the sense on the surveys. I think it's very important that when we get a survey as a user, it's very specific for the group that we are working on the survey. I have seen recently in the last 2 years, and actually in the last month, I was working on one of them, one of the major standard setters. They sent a survey, and it was very specific for users, and the other one was specific for preparers. So I think it's very important in that sense. It's going to be a new initiative on that to differentiate, we're saying, the questions and the groups. So I think definitely, because otherwise, it's general for everyone, it's not going to work. And the more specific, the better. Because otherwise, I'm telling you, someone has been said around the table, investors, we don't get involved in these things. I mean, we'll talk later on, I'm telling you.
James?
Thanks. I just wanted to kind of find a little bit of reassurance about IFEA's role and the feedback that we get. So we do an annual survey across all of the 56 jurisdictions, trying to identify issues from inspections around the standards, and we feed that back. And Gabriel and Tom are very generous with their time and come and have an annual in-person meeting with us. But I think over the last number of years, we've recognized don't jump in at the end. So we've done a lot more work with both boards, talking to them at an early stage of an early stage of a particular project, and that's because I've got 10 jurisdictions sitting on the Standards Coordination Working Group, and that's across all of the major capital markets. It's very geographically diverse, and so we can feed in at an early stage. And obviously, what we're feeding in is predominantly from the perspective of inspections and regulation. So hopefully, Tom and Gabriella feel that gives them some useful feedback. But I guess the ambition in this survey might be, we can tell you what the deficiencies were a year and a half ago, but you have to be alive to what's coming down the track, that, you know, inspections are always slightly backward facing.
Thanks. Nicole?
Yeah, one additional comment to the concept of the survey, if I may. I missed it before. So the survey is referred to as a joint survey, meaning that either the questions have to be really joint questions by both standard setting boards, or if it is just, what I don't mean negatively, a question by one of the standard setting boards, then it has to be clear for survey participants that this question is just for one or the other boards. Otherwise, it might be really tough to disentangle the answers, which in turn might lead to significantly biased results.
Chikato?
Thank you. I think to me, it is important to categorize different topics into maybe 2 or 3 different categories, meaning that like, you know, according to a hierarchy of topics or granularity. If I can really, it's a, you know, I have a kind of image of a pyramid, and then on top, there is a kind of topics which is more like a kind of existential, the important topics, meaning that the important topics, you know, which really affect the existential meanings of a two board, probably such as like, you know, kind of value propositions, and or, you know, some very important governance issues, you know, funding and something like that, that would affect everything else. And then the second is maybe more like a kind of a resource allocation issue. So it would be more like kind of strategic focuses. And then the third one is more like kind of operational topics. That could be like, you know, many people mentioned about like, you know, technical issues, you know, what would go into work streams and so on. So by categorizing and sorting out the topics, I think that would also send a messages to people who would respond to the surveys, you know, kind of what's the most important affect. It's a kind of orders of topics affecting, you know, other issues, you know, from the top to the, you know, bottom.
Thanks. Bello, is that a second?
Yeah, it's just a follow-up. I mean, I remember, I think it's important to have a separate surveys, to separate the two between technical and non-technical survey. For any strategic work plan, you need to have these two separate surveys. The technical ones are focusing more on the standard development aspect and so on, while the non-technical survey is focusing more on the strategy related to implementation and other capacity building, outreach programs, and the conferences that if you wish to put it on in terms of your strategy. So these are important things, because if you do not separate the two, you'll end up having some kind of response that is very difficult to sort. So I think right from onset, having technical and non-technical surveys will be very, very helpful to you. Thank you.
Stephen?
Yeah, so my comments are more about after the survey, and this might come off very elementary, but communicate quickly the findings and themes and act where appropriate. I think we've all seen surveys where there may have been radio silence after the fact, and nothing could be more damaging to credibility if that happens.
Nicholas?
Yes, thank you. The surveys have something in mind, and that is to get the questions the proper questions sent to the survey. So if IFEA has only on the top 6 audit firms, okay, so it's not on how smaller firms, what the trend is on smaller firms. So the question is that the survey should be based on getting the whole picture, not only the picture of only like the top 7 or top 6 or top 10 audit firms. So the trends have to be the whole profession. And the other thing that I think is important is that the surveys can be tricky sometimes because if you're not given the correct answer, if you're not given the correct question, the answer will vary, and that could give other results from the survey. So I think I support the survey, but it has to be with specific questions, and it can be all over the world because we need the answers from all over the world, not only from certain areas, etc. And who's going to be the stakeholders that are going to answer that? Because, like as I said previously, the authorities, the oversight authorities, having the annual reports, they have the trends, the fines they have imposed to audit firms, etc. So those are available, but you have to get all that information so you can see where are the problems. Are the problems on ISQM1? Or are the problems on on 620 or whatever audit? So it's important to put in the correct questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think that's it in terms of feedback. Is that any comments you'd receive?
Not much in terms of comments, because I don't think this was up for debate. We got a lot of helpful advice. I did want to clarify that this isn't the end all be all in terms of input to the process. In fact, at this point, we're not actually seeking much specific detail on work plan priorities. We're trying to go macro at this level, which lends itself to figuring out trends and what the drivers that will impact our strategy. And then we'll go in more specificity about specific work plans and priorities going forward, which we probably at that point take in more of the resource constraint as well. So thank you very much for this. I saw the team scribbling down a lot of notes. I'd have to say that many of the topics that were raised were things we talked about yesterday in our working session as well.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alan. So just a final comment on this feedback that we received. Thank you very much. There was something that was said here about the need to segregate or separate audit-related matters and preparers. This is a community which is many times left forgotten, the community of preparers, of accountants who are not auditors. This is our responsibility as well at IASBA. It's a significant part of this of the community that we cover. So I'm happy to have heard from 3 of you at least that the way financial reporting is prepared, the preparers, and the need to take them to respond to this survey is important. So thank you for that. So this last part of the presentation is on a very specific topic, which is the Firm Culture and Governance project that IASBA is working on. We have had already some conversations with this group about this topic last time in May. We had a very interesting exercise with you, with the breakout groups, where we collected a lot of feedback, important feedback, not only on the specific topics, but also on the approach to the work. That feedback from the SAC, as well as the feedback that we received between, say, December 2024 and June 2025, was processed and based and formed the basis of a deep reflection that we had about how to approach this work. So just for a brief recap, in 2024, December, we had approved, the board had approved two work streams, one to develop standards, the other to develop non-authoritative material. And the idea is that in December 2025, we would be exposing or putting forward out an exposure draft on the standards that we intended to develop. Based on the feedback that we received between December and June, namely the roundtables that we organized, all the feedback with stakeholders, the profession, regulators, etc. We had a very intensive period of engagement with stakeholders to discuss our projects. It was two conclusions came. One, broad support for the project, even here at the SAC, for the need to do something on farm culture and governance and the relevance of this topic, and that of the ISBA doing work in that area. Some questions and doubts about the best way to approach the work. Was it with standards? Was it with a non-authoritative material in the code, outside the code? So still some questions, and we also, upon the reflection that we made, considered that we needed ourselves a little bit more time, and we needed to give more time to stakeholders to better understand what's the purpose of this project, and not to and to go a little bit deeper, even intellectually, on the topic. So in June, based on all these reflections and feedback, the board decided to resequence the work, the way we had approached the work, and to focus on developing some non-authoritative material and undertaking some initiatives. It's not only about documents and papers, it's really about taking action before we move forward with this framework that we had decided in December last year to develop. To be clear, because there was some apparently some misunderstandings we did not drop, cancel, or give up from developing a framework in June 2025. What we decided was to resequence, and the idea of resequencing was not only a time question. It's because we thought and we felt that we needed to develop something and take some action to better engage with stakeholders before we make a decision about this framework that we want to develop. That's exactly what we have been doing. So we decided to develop some what we call viewpoints, and they could be called any other thing, but the idea would be that based on the 8 elements that the report, the Farm Culture and Governance report, identified as being the 8 pillars, so to speak, of a Farm Culture and Governance framework, that we needed to give a little bit more clarity and go ourselves a little bit deeper into each one of the 8 topics, which was the result of the feedback that we collected, so that we could have a meaningful engagement with stakeholders about what this means, what is this, how much necessary this is, how effective, etc., etc. So since June, we have been working hard in developing these viewpoints that you may have seen. These viewpoints are one pager for each one of the topics, because we wanted to make it simple. It's already our commitment to simplicity and not write 50 pages for each one of the viewpoints. It's one page, which is a much more difficult exercise than drafting 50 pages, I must say. So, and I'm not saying that we got there immediately, and I'm not saying that we are there yet, but the purpose is that it's something very simple, very accessible, where the stakeholders can understand where we are coming from, what's our view about each one of these topics, and how they matter for the public interest, so that we can collect significant, meaningful, strong feedback on each one of them, and the framework, a possible framework formed by these 8 viewpoints. Some of them we'll see how it goes. So these 8 viewpoints were subject to discussion by the board in September. Some developments and further work is needed, and we are still working on it. We will have a meeting this week with the board, a board meeting, where we will discuss the developments with these viewpoints. There will be an overarching viewpoint, and there will be a document that everyone felt that was missing, explaining why we are developing these viewpoints and where we want to go in terms of public interest objectives with this work. So this is going to be released in December. The idea is that these viewpoints will evolve into draft principles, and that the board may approve these draft principles so that we can work in a more intense and close way with the stakeholders to somehow test these 8 viewpoints. There are some ideas about how we can work in a different way than just having one-on-one meetings and roundtables. We want to be creative but effective in the way we engage with stakeholders. We really want to collect meaningful, substantive feedback about does it work, does it not work, how would it work better, what's the best approach, and etc., and not just words and convictions. The purpose and the objective is that in June, and that's what we have agreed to do. It's that in June next year we will make a decision about these draft principles. So during the first half of 2026, we will be engaging with stakeholders on the draft principles and this contextual piece. We will be simultaneously developing some materials and some taking some initiatives on good practices to be considered as to be supporting this future framework. So in June 2026, we will decide what to do with these draft principles, which kind of framework are we going to develop. And we have options, to be very clear. We have a number of options. We have the initial option of drafting standards on the 8 principles in the code. We have an option of doing something simpler like an overarching standard to which we will relate and link some non-authoritative material, guidance, etc. We even have the option of doing something outside the code, which should be not mandatory, voluntary, but this, of course, will depend on a serious commitment from the firms to adopt and follow these principles as much as possible, because it's no use developing a framework that is not going to be voluntarily adopted. The only option that we are not putting forward and considering is not doing anything, to be very clear, but we really want to test the different options and see which one will work better for our stakeholders and for us in achieving the objective of better serving the public interest. We wanted to bring this here because the SAC has been very, very significantly contributing to this discussion. We took your guidance and advice very serious, namely the broad support that we got from this group, but also some possible preference for starting with NAM, with non-authoritative material, and then seeing where it goes. So we are taking seriously your advice, and we wanted to give you the feedback and tell you what we are doing, what you are telling us. Of course, not only the SAC, but it's an important part of the story. So thank you very much for that. I think it helped us adjust the trajectory to make this more robust and clearer, more transparent, and etc. And let's see where we go in December and then in June with our future decisions. Of course, we will keep you informed and seek for your advice as much as possible. And of course, if there are yeah. That's it.
So thank you, Gabriela. So the question in the papers is members are asked to share their views on what Gabriela has just updated us on. If you're happy with the approach, the timing, the sequencing, and the next steps. Sue, thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate the pivot to non-authoritative materials and guidance. You know, as I read the code, it's really the principles themselves are really robust. And when I think about the quality management standard just being issued and being implemented, I think it's a great step to kind of do what you've done and step back and see how things are going before you make the decision. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree with Sue about analysis of the existing standards for the existing code, and ISQM1 is important. So generally speaking, we think that farm culture and governance is an important subject. And the question is how we can prioritize the area which needs certain additional work. And I think first, it is important to clarify what is the existing problem in practice in relation to farm culture and governance. And then it's important to provide some kind of gap analysis between the existing problem and also existing current standards. So Code of Ethics as well as the ISQM1. And based on the gap analysis, we may identify certain area that needs to be done by the standard setting, or chances are we can find the area standards are fine, but there is an implementation issue. So we can kind of clarify the issues in that way. And in terms of the collaboration between IWSB and ISBA, it's very important because ISQM1 is doing a lot of work in this particular area. So that is why collaboration by both boards are very important. And another comment is about private equity. So the private equity is an important area. And one of the viewpoints you are talking about is transparency. And the transparency is particularly important aspect for the private equity because different structure can take different kind of way. And if certain transparency can be achieved through some kind of reporting, I think that will help not only for investors, but also regulators as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matthew?
Yeah, I think that when we look at the deficiency rates, but I'm just more familiar with the U.S. But it does appear that there's a lot of persistence, like firm by firm, and like in some cases very big differences between firms. So it does seem that there are a lot of practices that are at the firm level rather than the individual level. So I think that looking at things by firm, although it's a very touchy subject, because you don't want, I guess, telling people how to manage their business, but it's pretty clear that there's lots of drivers of just looking. I know this is only one aspect of this, but like audit quality, there are aspects that seem to be driven at the firm level. So I guess just a question on this: are you kind of envisioning a kind of code that firms would adopt? Sort of like getting like signatories to a certain like firm culture and governance code, or are you thinking about this in more of a different direction?
Do you want to take that now? Specifically, I think
yes, I can take this one now and probably take the opportunity to respond to the other. So directly to your question, as I mentioned, nothing has been decided with respect to the final format and even the content of the future framework. It can be something separate from the Code of Ethics that firms can voluntarily adopt, and then we'll see how this could go. But it could be going back to the initial plan to have some standards in the code. It also depends on the guidance that we can produce and what we have in the code. And it's not much about the firms, but you touched upon the right topic. This is about it's not about individual behavior. It's about everything that we found out that it's due probably to something that starts behind or before the individual behavior. So that's an open question for us and something that we will be willing to discuss with our stakeholders. With respect to ISQM1 criteria, and I think that someone else mentioned it, let me just, I did not mention it, it's on the slide. We are working hardly on that clarification. There are also some concerns, and probably Ken can help me here, but some concerns about overlaps or impacts of this work on the ISQM1. We are fully aware of the need of not overlapping, not reopening, and not impacting. So this is not about the same thing. Of course, there are close links between the two because we are in the same world and trying to achieve the same objectives together, but this is not about the same thing. This is about ethical behavior. This is about what the firms can do consistently across the firms, not only on audit, and this is not about audit quality. Ultimately, everything contributes to audit quality, but it's not the purpose. The purpose is really to create an environment from the culture and governance perspective, which helps driving ethical behavior and the right approach from the ones working in the firms. So we are very carefully addressing that topic, and soon there will be something that we hope will clarify that there will be the concerns around this possibility of overlap will not exist. But of course, we will need to go do the job, do the work, and we are working very closely, intensively with IWSV to make everything clear. I don't know if Ken at this point wants to add anything because he has been working hardly on that.
Yes, thank you very much, Gabriel. I think you've touched on a couple of important issues that we have top of mind as we're really working on developing the linkages to ISQM1. First of all, the objectives of ISQM1 and our framework of principles are different. ISQM1 clearly is focused on quality performance, quality engagements. Our framework is focused on ethical behavior. That's important. I think Gabriel touched on important also focus from our perspective. We're looking broadly across the firm, across all services, across all service lines, and not only service lines that are covered by SQM1. And that is critical because we've seen time and again that issues of misbehavior, misconduct happen not only in the context of audit engagements, but also in relation to other services that are rendered and other service business lines within the firms. And when issues arise in other parts of the firm, they also have an impact, a very significant impact on the audit business in terms of perceptions, in terms of reputations, and important in terms of public trust. So really, we're really thinking very intently in terms of how we're approaching the development of framework, how we're looking at the intersections, and importantly, how we're looking at, as you say, perhaps areas that are not covered, Koichiro. I think the gap analysis, as to use the term, is going to be quite important. In our code, we have some provisions that are, I would put it quite bluntly, they are quite underdeveloped. In our conceptual framework, we speak about the importance of ethical leadership. We speak about the importance of education and training. We speak about, importantly, the importance of the speak up culture. So those elements of the framework are touched upon in our code insofar as they relate to ethical culture, but that's pretty much as far as it goes. And that's really to my point that the code covers partially and very lightly or very superficially some of these important areas, but there's more to it, as we have found out in our extensive engagement with stakeholders across the spectrum for global roundtables and so forth. And what I would also say is that there are certain elements within our framework that are not addressed by ISQM1. For example, issue of transparency, which is an important area that also you have emphasized, Koichiro, that we're going to be looking very intently. So I think there's much to be looked at, and there's much to be analyzed, and our team is actually working as we speak in progressing the work and think about conceptually the linkages and how we can articulate those as we go forward. Over the coming weeks, we are going to be engaging in a series of conversations with stakeholders. In fact, next week, we will be at the Forum of Firms. We're going to be taking our ISPA viewpoints, which are in effect the draft principles of our framework on ethical culture and governance. We're going to be having a first conversation with the Forum of Firms to seek their feedback, seek their reactions, to understand how those principles are perceived on the part of the firms, and really getting some reactions in terms of how they would see those principles as being implementable, as to whether they see those articulations of some of the key messages as indeed being principle space or not. We are going to see whether the firms importantly see those principles as being proportionate, because that's also another issue that we've heard time and again, that we have to make sure that we are sensitive to the fact that firms are very diverse, and any articulation of some of the principles has to have regard to the diversity of structures, the diversity of businesses, and so forth, and taking all of that input into account. After that, we're going to be moving on, and we have further engagements with other stakeholders. We're meeting with jurisdictional standard setters the week after that. So we're going to progress and collect the input as go forward.
Thanks. Thanks, Ken. Can I, let's move on. Isabel, please.
Yes, thank you. It's actually more a question and building on the gap analysis that was mentioned by Koichiro is, so I understand the viewpoints are very short documents, and I was wondering whether from those documents you already make some references to specific sections of the code or of the framework, just to help support the discussion with the stakeholders as to whether there's enough or not enough, or what's missing in the code. So it's just a question. Thank you.
Vasiliki.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Susan's comment. We very much are very appreciative of the pause to deliberate on a lot of the points that were raised at the round table. So I think there's all of these points, Ken, that you mentioned as well, were raised, and I think it'll give a good steer in the next couple of months. I'm also quite encouraged about the outreach you're planning to do and the discussions with all stakeholders. That will certainly help the project.
Doug?
I think a number of the matters I was going to raise have been covered, such as the fact that it's not just audit and assurance. I think Ken put it very well. It's about all service lines. Maybe it's covered by the gap analysis, but I look at the different slide, but the 8 categories and thinking the root causes. Looking at events, what's occurred. Obviously, I think about events in Australia and elsewhere. And what the underlying root causes are. They're fairly broad categories, 8, but and maybe when it's unbundled a bit, it'll become clearer. But to the extent of which it's covering things like resourcing, deadline pressures, what the goals are, which probably underlies some of the things about accountability and rewards. But it's trying to think about what all the root causes might be and whether the 8 categories, sort of encompass everything. I suspect they do because they're quite broad, but maybe it needs a little bit of unbundling as well as part of the process.
Chikato?
Thank you. I have 2 questions slash comments. First one is that most of the large firms probably have the code of ethics, code of conduct, or some sort of like value statement. And then that's my understanding. If my understanding is not correct, please let me know. So in that case, I'm generally really in support of having a principle-based and a non-authoritarian principles. And I think it's also agree with the overall directions. My first question is that how this sort of principles enhance firms existing code of ethics or code of conduct, and then that they already have. But if and then if they're not really good enough, and then how these new principles can help their corporate culture governance more effective. So that's not really clear to me. And then the second is that outside of the audit firms, also this strengthening corporate culture and governance is a very important trend for many corporations. And many CEOs and leaderships are working on this. What's very difficult is that corporate culture, to me, is a kind of a collective beliefs. And so even though corporations have a code of ethics, value statement, but then individual behaviors or organizational behaviors may deviate from those code. And that's where we are really kind of seeing lots of like kind of instances and so on. So maybe I was almost thinking that kind of tools, how to really, change behaviors which are really deviating from principles and then code of ethics would be also more effective. So in that sense, maybe providing best cases, best practices, and then like cases to successfully transform existing behaviors to kind of to align with the code of conduct and then ethics. Maybe that would be helpful. Thank you.
I understand, Natasha, you had your hand up. I can't see you. No.
Thank you, Alan.
Yes. Thank you.
I took it down because well, I think a lot of people have covered the points, but I guess at the heart of my concern with some of this is that, you can't direct ethics through a code. You have to incentivize it, right? And if the market structure is such that the incentives create misalignment with the public interest, then having a code with some viewpoints trying to encourage more ethical behavior feels to me quite, sort of will be very challenged. And so at its heart, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I do think that this needs to be more about just transparency. I do think it needs to be baked into any kind of, I guess if you want to call it a code, but baked into the system is much clearer accountability to the end users, and the transparency needs to feed that, the reward system, the incentives, everything needs to align with that. Otherwise, I feel we're going to be fighting a losing battle. I did want to make two more very specific points. It would be really great to see within this consideration of advocacy by the audit industry. So transparency on their advocacy, how they are lobbying for policy changes, for changes to the audit regulatory environment, etc. I think having transparency about that is very important. When we engage with companies, for example, and Alan, you'll be familiar with this, investors expect companies to be transparent in their lobbying activities, etc. I think we should expect the same of the audit industry. So it'd be great to see that looked at. And then a question maybe for, I've understood from the presentations that there's sort of this idea of having a pause on this and sort of rowing back a little bit and just having viewpoints and being a bit more kind of iterative, maybe gradualist. I'd just like to understand what has led to that. Was there a particular constituency that was concerned that this was going too quickly, if I may? Thank you.
Just Josephine, I saw your card go up and then it came down. Okay. And does it stay down? Okay. Matthew?
Sorry, I just got to talk. I forgot to talk my own book for a second. The CFA Institute, obviously, we know we're very well known for our code of ethics and standards of professional conduct for individual charter financial analysts. But I do just want to point out that we have something complementary to this. It's called the Asset Manager Code, and it is a voluntary code of conduct, if you will, for asset management firms. And we've had for a number of years now. And it is, I would say, pretty extensive in terms of recommending certain like policies and procedures. It starts with principles about, acting in the best interest of the client, but then kind of has implementation guidance and support and that kind of thing for carrying those things out. There are a lot of signatories, both large firms and small firms. So if you are going to proceed with this project, and that figured I'd pitch that as potentially a useful little source of inspiration, if you will. So different industry, but an adjacent industry.
Vasiliki, is that a new card, an old card? An old card, okay. Right, so I see nothing online, so just some quick responses before we break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. So is there still, it's David, I'm sorry.
David, I did see it up before and then it came down, so that's why I didn't call you.
Yeah, because many people make great comments and then I agree with them, and I'm just agreeing with them is a bit of a waste of time. First, I want to thank the boards and their staff for their professionalism and their work. I think they nailed it from the breakout sessions we had that I remember. I think this is perfect. I agree with Gabriella on this path, on this way forward, and Sue's comments, period. With respect to Natasha's comments, I also agree, but that's a second level step and should be kept out of this path forward. I agree that's something that has to be done, but it's on an individual firm basis. They have to basically fire the person who doesn't comply with the code of conduct, and that's just how it is. If you don't comply with that code of conduct and you behave in an inappropriate manner, there should be repercussions. But that's in an individual firm by firm activity, and they shall determine what that is, whether it's you get fired or docked or you don't do audits anymore or something. But I think that's a second step, and that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. So Gabrielle, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alan. So I'll try to respond to some of the questions and comments that we received. So first, so first of all, thank you very much for some support or support received for this approach taken. And that I think allows me to conclude that there is the same support that it was before for the years, but to move forward with this work, but some preference to this resequenced approach. Okay. Chicago, to your question about the codes of conduct and the codes of ethics that companies have and that audit firms and accounting firms and etc. So this work is directed to accounting firms, and of course, in an ideal world, it would be a perfect combination with the corporate governance codes and the ethics codes and the conduct codes that the companies have. And to my view, only with both would we achieve a perfect world. This said, we are the scope of this work is the accounting firms, culture and governance. We know that some of these entities already have their own codes of conduct, values, and etc. There are even some jurisdictions where there are some governance codes for accounting firms, such as the UK and Japan. But the idea, as always, with the ISBN international standard setters, is that we want to achieve something which is a global standard for everyone, which of course has to be nimble and principles-based enough to accommodate all these individual initiatives, etc., but that preferably reduces the level of fragmentation in terms of how each one of the firms approaches ethics and conduct, and sets up a common language, a common ethics and language, common conduct and governance, culture and governance framework for everyone. This said, for everyone means with the necessary proportionality considerations in place, the necessary scalability, and etc. And this is absolutely clear from scratch for us, and we are addressing this to each one of the viewpoints and the more global approach to the work. Now, how this changes conduct, it's the most difficult thing, of course, but we should not give up. The fact that it's difficult, if it was easy, it was not for us. It's a very difficult thing. We saw with companies many years ago how the corporate governance frameworks were difficult to implement and to be accepted and etc. And nowadays nobody even discusses or challenges or questions the need and the importance of strong governance mechanisms and structures and etc. for listed companies, big companies, and etc. So I think that is a little bit the path. It's not the same thing because it's a different reality, but I think that the journey will be a similar one. Now, with respect, Natasha, with your comments on the need for the transparency, yes, you mentioned transparency, accountability, etc. This is part of the framework. So we will be working on this and see where we go with each one of these viewpoints, each one of these elements. It may happen that all of them will be in the framework, or it may happen that some of them will not be. It depends on the engagement that we will be doing. But to your question, why we decided to resequence. So that's what I mentioned. I think that I mentioned it at the start. There were some inconsistent views and opinions about the preferred path that we should follow. And we understood that it was needed to have a little bit more. We needed to do a little bit more work, mostly to be more clear to our stakeholders about what we want to achieve with this project, because this question was recurrent. What do you want to achieve? Where do you want to go? What's the public interest benefit that you want to propose? So if it was not clear, we needed to clarify. That's as simple as that. Of course, some stakeholders were already very enthusiastic around the idea of and they are, some standards on this area. Others, and probably more on the profession side, more reluctant and questioning more. So we understood that it was necessary to take a step back, or not back, aside, and do a little bit more work in terms of engagement, in terms of development of our thoughts and etc. Now, so with respect to the tools, yes, this is supposed to be a tool. The viewpoints are not a product in themselves, and I need to clarify this because there were also some confusions. This is not supposed, at least for the time being, and as they are not a NISMA product to be used as such. They are tools, instruments to allow us to engage better with stakeholders and get more meaningful information. There is something that I didn't mention. There is in the slide, which is this idea of the field testing. As I told you, we are considering some innovative ways of testing the possible, the effectiveness, the need, the usefulness of the standards. Field testing is something that is in our due process, so it's not anything that we are coming out with without any kind of background. Of course, this is a possibility, but it's going to be we need to consider if this is possible, if this is feasible, because it involves resource on the one hand and some knowledge, but it also involves stakeholders to volunteer to field test. And that is probably the most difficult part, or not, we don't know yet, of the story, but this is just to let you know that this is something that we are discussing and consider, not decided, and we will not make any decision until we have the draft principles ready by December and approved by the board. I think that's where we are. But thank you very much for the renewed support and with the support to this renewed direction that we are taking. We'll keep you informed, and of course, not only informed, we will be aiming to engage with you very significantly over the next times, and we will find the best way to do it.
Thank you everyone for the input you've given Gabriela and her team, and thank you, Gabriela, for summarizing how you will respond to those. Right, so that brings us to the end of our open session for today. So I'd like to thank all of our sort of public observers for participating today, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We will start again with our public session at 9 o'clock.